The door is closed. This door can open. Still nothing.
Morning. Looks like we can get to work at once. The union muscle turned up. They look rowdy. We should talk to them. I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. Loud and one loose thread less to worry about. And one big problem to replace it. I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic about the RCM being here. They prefer to be policed by the union. These men who drink beer for breakfast? There's talk of an armed wing of the union called the Hardy Boys. A lot of things point to the dock workers union. That's not a lot of things. That would just escalate tensions. No captain would sign. In fact, even the death of... One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them. Continue with our business.
Good. A power move. Purposefully concentrate. But aren't you curious to know what they are?
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place. Anyway, I leave that choice to you. Whatever you decide is fine by me.
Let me handle this. Detective disorientated. Are you still wondering where you are? This is Martinez.
Her entire character has shifted. This young woman is cold as ice.
Yes, extremely normal. I'm not a gardener, by the way. I'm a legal counselor for the dock work, so let's get to it. You're looking for Titus Hardy? You think he has information that will help you? Maybe he does. That's Titus. Talk to him, but know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong arming, nothing.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority. We will make an arrest. If
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for her.
Like I already told you, I'm a legal counselor. Do you have hearing? What you want is of no significance, officer. Don't test your authority. What are we going to do to you? The union isn't going to do anything to you. It is not a crime.
Goddamn right it is.
If anything, it is the RCM who do things to people. Aggressive. You make your living enforcing violence. These people.
just dock workers. Do dock workers spy on the police? We let you off easy, miss. Don't think it will happen again.
Listen, you moral intern lackeys. You're a mob, enforcing the unlawful privatization of REVON. 20 fat men in the Occident are stealing it all. And
Fuck yeah.
so ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders. Let's.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated. There he still is, looking. As you breathe in, the odor comes over you. It's a spell of the mind telling you to run, and your stomach to wring itself empty. With your hands at your sides and your eyes squinting, you stand in it. The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and enamel boots. His skin is greenish, marbled with decaying veins, and blotched by lividity. A fading web of tattoos covers his chest and shoulders. The material appears to be ceramic. Its clean white stands in stark contrast to the decaying flesh above the knee. The man wore thick polymer socks, delicate and fragile. They feel alien to the world around you. These are clearly not boots. They're armor, possibly part of a larger set.
Indeed. Technically speaking, these are sabatons, not boots. Ceramic plate. Zirconium dioxide, most likely. This is where the make would be. Under the heel. Fair piece by piece. He's been out here for 7 days. It would be odd if they didn't. We should keep a lookout for these species. The armor could yield information. This is one thing he might actually know. No, I think he had something precious underneath the clothes. They had to remove the jeans and shirts we found to get to it. And this kind of armor is often worn under fabrics.
Nice. That makes sense.
They usually hang them completely naked for that. La puta madre, the Mazda, the besmirties and the like.
Fucking talking about underpants.
It is. It's expensive. We've requested similar material for our tactical units for years now. For a full set, about 4 years of wages.
For the northwest region of REVON, an officer's average yearly income is 5,500 real, unadjusted for rank.
Not too much, yes. I have no idea what that means. That's for us to find out. My initial report on the area suggests he was a security guard for the harbor company. But that's just hearsay. Just something as
He's not actually sure of that. He's just being tactful.
I agree. This equipment is way beyond what a guard can afford.
A small bell-like sound fills the air, like tapping on the side of the pry bar in your hand is itching for some action.
It's anything but. This material is a kinetic redistributor. It spreads.
Faint, organic lines cover the plates like whirls of floorboards. The design looks organic, influenced by highly resistant wood materials, like lignum vitae and ebony perhaps. If trees were made of porcelain, this is what their cross-sections would look like. The smooth, glossy surface fractures into ever more intricate interconnections, peaking on the right sabaton. The whirls are in the shape of a letter and number combination, E50, 100, 1000.
Good. Can you read it to me? We have a make and a number. That's something. We can use the radio in my kinema when we're done. Either station can chase it.
This feels dangerous. Are you sure? The stench fills your nostrils as you push downward, an ominous.
Stop! Pig's gonna pull his head off.
Brutal! What's wrong with you, asshole? Why is he letting Goku?
I don't know, baby. I don't know why he's such a...
Officer, if I may ask, what were you trying to achieve by pulling on the deceased foot?
The cadaver slowly twists on the cup. The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight of the corpse below. Yellow, hard-edged polyester cuts into his neck. Above, a sliding buckle ties the belt to the bra. This is a steel-reinforced cargo lashing belt, big brother of the regular cargo belt. It's used for tying cargo under 6-rotor airships.
Airlifting. I thought it was used on lorries for strapping cargo to them. The local harbor uses 6 rotors to shuffle containers around. I get the sense they use whatever was on hand without paying much attention to not incriminating themselves. I was afraid it would be. Thin steel wiring, parallel strands. This makes getting him down. I'm still approaching this as a lynching, yes. Motivated by the ongoing strike. You?
No, you feel like it was something else. But what?
Yes, it often is. This bell worries me. A noose is one of those things that's easier to use one way around. That ladder can't carry a grown man. I didn't see any splintering either, did you? I think they lassoed the branch, then pulled on the bell to close the buckle.
Could be. The shape of the branch supports the theory. The cadaver hangs from the cargo belt. An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time they intersect, a small white star is formed in their crossing. His corpse is marked by stars, alcohol, and heartbreak.
A map of the stars. I do see some similarity to astronomical charts. Great Century Messinian, maybe. But this seems more particular. Customized.
As if someone left out most of the night sky, filtering it through personal choice. The principle of this filter remains unknown to you. The thought dissipates.
So am I.
He takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket and pulls it open. Sounds like a sword being unsheathed. A small lens appears, some sort of camera.
A Trigger Sunshine.
Triggered is the world's leading manufacturer of intercommunication devices, primarily projectors. The camera before you looks familiar.
Shit, Kuno! What?
An instant color camera.
This is the first time he openly acknowledges the kid's existence.
I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
A sound, a shrill flash, followed by the breaking of a small ampoule of glass. You see streams of color pour onto the thick, glossy piece of paper, rolling out.
In case we need it. Yes, it is pretty cool, isn't it? It contains insight to the victim's person. By his build, I'd say this was a man of physical violence. The story he wanted his body to tell was important to him. It is his letter. Sure, just don't lose it.
The glassy-eyed corpse looks by. His eyes are milky white and blind to the world, protruding comically from their sockets. Their dark brown hair grows on his head. His face is red.
I'm gone. Into the wild pale yonder. In the past, I'm a joke. Look at me. A killer. A motherfucker. Go ahead, Kobo. What do you mean? It's the power of your imagination.
Yeah, man! Don't be crazy! Inanimate objects and dead people can't really talk to you. Your wild imagination is doing this.
He loves those. Because you're a copperoonie. Look at all of them go. Do you want more questions? Here you go, Lude. Fuck no. You're no Rooney. Between you and me, your name is probably Harry. You might be onto something there. Because you have. Do I remind...
A child born with Muller's disease, harlequinism, grown up miraculously.
There you go. Look at that bright kid.
Feeling nausea, vomiting, tenderness or pain around the liver area, tiny red line.
Come back later, Coppo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features. If possible. Also, see me in your dreams.
As you narrow your eyes, the monster before you blurs into... This is a trick. You've done it before. Pink is where the blood settled in the first hours post-mortem. You can use it to see if the corpse has been tampered with. Does his position at the time of death match the discoloration? Only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue. His fatted hands, thighs, and his neck, just above the noose. The rest of the corpse appears dark green in the cold spring air.
I see it. His neck too. The lividity goes right up his chin. We have good, well-pronounced discoloration here.
The monster comes back into focus, an explosion of color coursing with dark marbled veins. His stomach appears pregnant with something. Black liquid streams down.
So, what do you think? I do. Most of them are post-mortem. Maybe even all of them. The delinquents have made our job.
Stop talking in riddles, coin slot.
He means you fucked him up good, Kuno. Fucked him up brutal-like.
Agreed. Especially on the neck. The belt acted like a tourniquet, keeping the blood in his head. The hypostasis supports a hanging. Yes, there's always a chance we are wrong. We should check for ligament marks on his neck to see if they're in tune with the belt. We'll have to get him down first.
A pool of blood and feces has eaten into the frozen mud below the man's feet. purge liquid is dripping in.
The victim appears to have contained no more than half a kilogram of digestion at the time of death.
The fuck he saying?
Talking about shit.
Did we? I don't feel lucky. I agree.
There are crow's feet in his eyes. He's lost. His personality is no longer.
Totally dead. That sounds about right, yes.
But there is no breath to catch. Only the cadaver filling the air and your nostrils. He slowly rotates.
Of course. You come back later.
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss some of these things once he's done.
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt, his torso covered in tattoos, and extremities blotched pink and blue.
The steel-reinforced belt presents a unique challenge. I brought chain cutters, but I don't see a good angle of approach to the belt. The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the belt without assistance. And even if we do, there's the question of cutting the airship strength material. I was really hoping we wouldn't. The Union...
I would really prefer if there was another way. But what other options? The corpse.
Someone else? You mean like the police? Sadly, yes. The whole RCM is out there right now. I know it's hard, but I assure you, the others won't come to help us. And we have a growing sanitary concern here. We need to get him down, fast. Climb up there and... There has to be a less risky way, with less falling down of trees.
Yeah! Bang bang!
How?
Where the buckle ties the rope to the branch. That's a good spot to aim.
Where? Ah, yes, I see. If the shot hits that...
Yeah, now we're talking.
And don't miss!
The lieutenant is undecided. On one hand, he wants to shoot some gun. On the other, it's an awfully stupid idea.
But what else can we do? Okay, they do have the tools and the men. And since it looks like they put him there... Okay, let's do it in the lousy, dangerous way. From the gates, by negotiating or fighting. I'm unenthusiastic about fighting. Or we can try to find some secret third path. It's unlikely though. To ask the suspect, clearly we...
Suck my dick, bitches!
He's a dangerous and corrupt man.
Yeah? Don't go being someone else's...
An intricate web of blue lines stretches. It still kind of looks like a map of the stars in the night sky. But something's not right. For you to discover. Someone who knows about history could tell you. Gone.
does Kuno care? The fuck about it? Fuck are you talking about? What is this contu?
He says you're stupid, Kuno. They want to make you stupid again.
Oh, did Kuno make your shit sniffing harder? Obstruct.
You hear the lieutenant hum.
Kuno doesn't give a shit about the armor. Kuno's fuck gimp's got one big thing wrong with him. He's a fucking mutant. Look at him. Fucking growth hormone shit. He's a giant. The armor's too big for any man. Kuno doesn't give a shit about that freak armor. Kuno threw that shit away. Kuno tried to get the helmet on. It was too big. Kuno kicked that shit in the sea, rugby style. Yeah, that shit means nothing to Kuno. Kuno doesn't give a shit about me. You wanna fuck on someone about that armor? Go fuck the mustached union fuck. Yeah, cocking boot. You know that jolly union cow fucker? Came around talking about cows or some shit? Came around pretending like he...
Yes, you met him at the gates. The one with the boots and the jolly smile.
Yeah, he's the one you want to talk to. He's fucking crazy about that armor shit. Coming here pretending like he likes cows. Trying to...
Curious, my liege. Why did Kuno feed you this information?
Yeah, Kuno's doing charity today. Kuno Day. Kuno feels sorry for you two.
Still, seems suspicious. He may have it in for that guy. Or you may be paranoid. That is also a possibility, sire.
You're testing Kuno.
Get lost,
Kuno doesn't...
I'll die before I squeal.
We are still waiting for a replacement for the bull you sent sinking.
What is this? Are you mocking us? This isn't for pétanque.
Now. No need to get angry again, René. I'm sure the officer tried his best. It's not like there's a bull kiosk here in Martinez.
The best, huh? This isn't even a bull. But fine. I guess you did attempt to right your hooliganism. Consider it forgiven. It's a Bell McGrave. 4.46 caliber. Breech loading. Revachol made. Good weapon. This one's inoperable. The bolt spring is missing and the mechanism is jammed shut. Still a beauty. Where did you find her? I understand. Unfortunately, I don't know what else to tell you. These BMs are an antique. No one uses them anymore. The ammunition is impossible to find.
Hey, so we've been monitoring you internally, and now we know your Copo type. Yes, guess what's yours? No, you're the sorry cop. The cop who's sorriest. Huge lack of enthusiasm going on in here. You know, Apocalypse, Superstellar, the advanced interesting cop, Liquid Shadow cop. But you're too sorry to say those things. So, here we go. What? Jealous of the sorry? They'll be super fine. It'll be totally okay. You can dual Copo type from sorry to anything. No, you don't. Come on. You'll be back to saying sorry in 2 minutes. Stop wasting time and begin the Wow. Okay. Fuck off. Maybe we will.
Hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything. Sure, let me have a look. Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time, perhaps.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Of course. What is the number, officer?
Yes, hold on.
Received. Hold on, officer.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi slowly begins to tap a little rhythm with his right foot.
Officer, I have Sylvie Malaika on the line for you. Yes, hello? Oh, right. Hello, officer. What can I do for you?
You can hear resentment in her tone. She's not thrilled to be talking to you again.
You mean, why did I leave the bar? Honestly, I'm not really...
Why not?
What? No, why would you even think that? Please, don't bring Gar into this. It's none of your business. I already said I don't want to talk about this. You're messing everything up again. No, not me. No, sorry. I don't. Not a lot of people have phones around here. People don't have the money to have the cables put in again. They use the...
So the Union has a phone, and there's one further down.
It was someone else. We'll find them sooner or later, officer. It just might take a while.
What? Of course it bothered me. But I thought the Union already knew about the corpse. No one calls the police. The Union would get angry. You know, what the Union says goes. People listen to them and they take care of their own, which is like everyone here. I don't know what to tell you, officer. I didn't call you because I didn't want to get in trouble. Yeah, go on. Yes, I know who you are. You're a police officer. The law. Oh.
Real policemen have uniforms too, by the way. Where's yours? He's in plain clothes, voluntarily. It's different from not. There are officers who wear the signature Perseus black uniforms to the highest ranks in the RCM and end up buried in them as well. Others do it more casually. Looks like you're one of them.
Please, no. Not this again. Everyone saw your cool gun detective. You were trying to impress some people with it. Everyone was eating and... You were waving it around in everyone's face, begging them to describe it. You said it calms you, and then you started making suicide jokes.
Oh, those again. I have been trying to wean you off them. You know, when you put your gun, your actual gun, on your temple and pretend to shoot your brains out. Off of that, some poor sod was trying to eat his pudding while you were screaming, spit flying, imitating the mercy shot right next to him. Spat some in his food. I don't think he touched it after.
Me neither. No idea. All I know is next you were waving around money instead, saying things like big bucks cannot lie and guns can't buy money, but money can always buy guns. It almost looked like you pawned it, but believe me, I did not ask. Uniform? I never saw you in any uniform. You had your things on, the disco things. Well, you tried to jam it down the toilet, sir, clogging it completely. After I had I am sorry about that. I do hope so. Please, don't call me again.
Yes, you have obviously done something to upset her after whirling in rags when she was...
I'm not mad, it's just... You were so drunk and so emotional all the time, and then the skua thing happened. It just made me want to quit. The stuffed bird, the great skua. You threw it against the wall while screaming, "Fuck that." I think you said it had been giving you shit ever since you got there. Didn't seem like you had fun doing it, though. Yes, obviously. You were the worst client I've ever seen. And I've had sailors fighting, union guys grabbing my ass, kids stealing booze. Once a guy was glued to the karaoke machine. Well, you were worse than all of them. Honestly, you were getting borderline aggressive. Even about little things like not turning down the volume at 3 a.m. I even liked one of those songs you kept listening to on repeat. No more. I hate it now. We Go On by the O.O. I can't listen to it anymore. You've turned it into a parody. To hell with that song. Then there was your room. Your project. An experiment to see how bad it can get in there. I tried to send the cleaner, but you wouldn't let me. Threatened to make me understand. I had no idea what you meant. And then screamed something about how you're a piece of shit human being, and why does anyone even let you work as a policeman? That you'd fire yourself, but you can't even do that. And then I had to deal with your toilet. The one you clogged with police documents, causing water damage downstairs in the kitchen. I won't even mention you waving your gun around, harassing customers, threatening to sing karaoke, threatening to kill yourself. No, you really weren't. You were simply the worst. God, I knew I shouldn't have brought it up. Just try not to call me again, and let's pretend it never happened. Wait, really? No, this is absolutely not true. I like Guard. I really do. No, I was actually flattered. I've always liked him.
There's a pause. You can almost see her on the other side.
I didn't know what to say to him later. Then you came and destroyed the place. So I left without explaining. I should have told him, maybe. Okay, but please don't mess it up. Please don't take out your gun or something. All sorts of things. Some disco, rock too. So much disco, and which one would that be? Sad? I think the one you mean is the smallest church in San Sans. Butchered that right up.
Interesting. You still have to find it, however. You hear a sigh.
Anything else I can help you with, officer? Sure, officer. What's the number? Got it. I'll contact the ICP database immediately. Call back tomorrow.
The International Collaboration Police, ICP, is an inter-Isolari law enforcement service, the crown jewel in the moral intern diadem, alongside EPIS and the Coalition.
57's over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers, a radio. The white suede feels luxurious under the touch, and the metal clutch handle so very familiar in your palm. As you tap on the gauge, the indicator pin jerks as if startled. It's in the large orange sector, indicating the engine is warm.
Now, that's enough fun with the foldable headlights. I know they are mesmerizing. They are also fragile. I'm not going...
Just a moment, and there's no...
The closest phone booth is down the coast.
It's fine,
The lady is distressed. Perhaps something more upbeat might cheer her up.
Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just hoping to make the union office probably has a phone, but the manager was vague about it.
Why would he be vague about phone problems? This is something.
To let the young woman who's house-sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and Gary were supposed to get back. I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel.
A little missing persons puzzle might just be the thing to take your mind off the hangover.
That's just it. This isn't like him at all. But you have more important things to worry about. Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. But they should have returned by now.
The water lock. That was broken. Could this be it?
Oh my. What happened to the water lock? Oh, sweetie, if it weren't for you, I'd be looking forward...
You're welcome.
I hate to ask, but if you're...
This will surely lead to a cryptozoological mystery with that. Yes, some left.
And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his work that he may not know the water lock's been repaired. And it's cold out there. Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you. Oh, yeah.
It's
That's,
My apologies, ma'am.
It's not a hobby, dear. Searching for...
She's completely internalized her husband's struggles. They are, there's really no point in manipulating anyone. She'd be only too pleased to tell you about her.
Oh, I'd be delighted.
One cryptid, not a couple. One. This won't turn into some kind of cryptid extravaganza.
He nods and assumes a... Ooh, tough choice there.
That would be the giant of Coconur. The giant lives in the most arid parts of the vast Coconur Desert in South Somalia. No one knows for sure. It is the towering luminosity of Coconur is a bad omen in local folklore.
Hui. No animal can be that large.
That's what makes it so peculiar. There are limits, you see, to how large.
Great. This is great shit. You need more. Gravity anomaly.
Hey, you promised you'd only ask about one cryptid.
He nods approvingly.
Can I help you? Wait, what? But what about the bird? Yes, the bird. I found it lying on the floor with a broken wing the morning she left. You broke the skewer!
I assure you it was him.
It's as if he can't decide whether to be angry or relieved that...
Why on earth did you have to break the skewer? I can't believe it. I was so sure it was Sylvie. Even worse, I thought she was trying to send me a message.
A tender type of hope. Something stirs in you.
All right. Did she say anything else? About me, you know? Did she say anything about me? Really? I should give her a call then. Thanks, I guess. Was there anything else you wanted, or...?
Or can you give him a moment? Somehow you realize this is not going to net you any professional discounts. Already he's reverting back to defensive.
Yes? Hello? Me? No one.
She doesn't really want to be disturbed that much. If she's such a working class woman, why isn't she working?
Looking for something to read. It is. I know you are. Mm-hmm. What with?
The woman before you, not...
Give me a moment. I see. I hope some good people are finally going to move in. This place needs them. Oh, I do like wizards, and people like that in general. They have a lot to tell us about.
She means clairvoyance. Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to...
Hello again, officers. Have you come? Oh, not only have you found my address, you've discovered my biggest secret. I'm a coal miner. Yes, I keep hoping a shaft will collapse on me. Does anyone in a city like this? It doesn't have to do anything at all. Nothing does. Like me. Right now. Shoot, Piggy. It's what you...
You broke down the back door. I suppose it's all over now. I guess there's no escape. Just a door? This place is cursed, Detective. They don't call it the doomed commercial area for nothing. Just look at the... I hope you're happy now. Happy that you've ruined everything. Now that you've Of course you didn't. You're nothing but a police... All right. You know what? I'm willing to let you investigate the doomed... But before we go on, tell me, did you encounter the malignant entity? You did? Then it has to be true. I've suspected that this woman-shaped energy must be connected to the Yes, I've heard that. It's enormous. She has barricaded herself behind some metal some unnatural magic, I assume.
If you're really interested in cracking this mystery, then we should go back to the furnace. Maybe...
Despite his cool, the lieutenant's interested.
Okay, but please, only if the curse is so much worse than you could imagine. It's a disease, eating at the... It's the curse of financial distress, of ruin and bankruptcy.
Didn't that curtain just move?
It's not just that, officer. We're dealing with something. There's something wrong with this building.
Sounds familiar.
Truly so? Perhaps the dark energies are. It's not good to talk about.
Wow. Void raves. Such raves may prove a formidable enemy. Suit up.
Yes, I've contacted numerous parapsychologists. The wards help to keep the doom at bay and protect us against the darkness. Oh, this? No, it's a special Himian amulet, blessed by desert pygmy shamans, with a spell of. There are numerous spells cast throughout the store. I had the books anointed with a different inducement spell, for example. It's guaranteed.
Doesn't seem like the spell is working. There are no customers around except you.
Sir, I am well educated in the commercial and esoteric arts. I know what to do and what to avoid. Sir, this is a bookstore. Besides, this would only tempt the phantoms of doom. They can sense the desperation, you know. Oh, there are numerous.
Doesn't seem like the spell is working.
Sir, I am well educated. Discount my wares? I can see. Besides, this would only tempt the phantoms of doom. Oh, there are numerous.
Doesn't seem like the.
Sir, I am well educated in the commercial and esoteric arts. I know what to do, and my voice is trained to too much money, even. Yes, the Simonese are very crafty, and
The woman looks aloof.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't talk right now. I'm very...
Just out of the rain and...
Math. I thought this would fit you. Like, thanks for helping out. Not me. The city, I mean. Like a detective does. Just what Dick Mullen would ask. I got it from behind the curtains. I'm not really supposed to go there. Yes, just like the one Dick Mullen wears all... Right, I have to get back to...
The barbell waits patiently on the floor, like a dog for its master.
You're right. The weight may fall off. Better not touch it then. It would be a violation of EPIS safety regulations if the gym was still operating, but
No, it's just a memory from another life, when you were young and fit. Your flashlight, some of the writing has faded. Tiles on the cube, like a smooth draw. Nothing happened. The speaker comes.
Good morning. Please repeat. Is this the production? Good. Please repeat the password. Still no. Still, I am contractually obliged.
I'm afraid we are not doing that.
Now, can you please proceed?
Don't worry.
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today? Thank you.
Tiles on the cube. This old fireplace is a diagram. The whole thing resembles K.
Okay. What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace? Yes, that is the question. It looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing.
Utter madness, he thinks, as a compliment.
Through call-in stations, none of the players have to be physically present. Anyone in the world can participate in the game, as long as they have a tool. Then there's the Game Master frequency that listens, not to my knowledge. They make automated games in Graz, Messina, Königstein. You know, places with...
Not in Revachol West, among the root.
But I don't think anyone has attempted to create an inter-isolary game before. Indeed, those Welkins are a dead giveaway. Role-playing people love that stuff. The world looks like a modified version of the WeWorld board game, with hit death thrown in.
Super cool. Someone should give them millions of real immediately.
No idea. They stopped filling out the schedule on the chalkboard. Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but... Ah, yes. The doom of bad business practice. Okay, let's keep moving.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black. You muster all your strength and yell. The barbell waits patiently.
You're right. The wait me. It would be a violation of EP.
No, it's just a memory from an... Tiles on the cube are like a smooth draw. The speaker comes.
Good morning. Please repeat. Is good. Please repeat the password. Proceed.
Don't worry.
Fortress app. Thank you.
Tiles on the cube.
Okay. What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace? Yes, it looks like what—
Utter madness, he thinks.
Through call-in stations. Then there's the Game Master not to my knowledge.
Not.
But I don't think anyone had— Indeed.
Super cool.
No idea. Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but— Ah, yes, okay. Let's keep moving.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it. You muster all your strength and yell. Your dehydrated, hungover throat. A lifetime of smoking and drinking will do that to you. The chatter from the then again, maybe.
Maybe you should let your voice rest, officer. Try again,
A lush layer. You feel the spirit of Ramut Karzai. 3 dangerous.
What are you— Please wipe your face clean, officer.
No, you're a proud warrior. Keep it. These 3 stripes give you strength in this dangerous realm. It would be foolish to remove them.
And this protects you. Okay, sure. Go ahead.
Something breaks loose in you. A mighty bellow echoes throughout the chimney's depths. The chatter of tiny voices above suddenly cease.
Hello?
You've awakened the entity.
Hello? Did you say anything? I can't hear you. Please come upstairs. There's a safety curtain on the 2nd floor.
You hear a low rumble upstairs. The sound of a curtain.
After you, officer.
A few bricks have fallen off. A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace. It's dark and—
What are you doing? Wait, really? You should investigate, see if someone looks like it. No one has used it in ages. No signs of...
A hollow ring echoes through the furnace. Your toe hurts. A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it a lush layer. You feel the spirit of Ramut Karzai. 3 danger...
What are you doing? Please wipe your...
No, you're a proud warrior. These 3 stripes...
And this... Okay, sure. Go ahead.
Something break...
Hello?
You've awakened the entity.
Hello? Did you say...
You hear a...
After you, officer.
Hello, I'm Nia. Did you try knocking on my window? I must have missed you. I've been listening to my Milius. So what kind of dye are you looking for?
Could this be the malicious entity? Perhaps it's wise to go along with this masquerade. For she's got a direct view to the backyard. You should interrogate her about the lynching.
Yes, Amelia is like a call-in station. You need a two-way radio to access one. That's why I have these. Mostly, they just teach you to swear in different languages. But some of the stations can be quite interesting. I was so absorbed, I must have missed you knocking. Then how did you get inside? By the south entrance? You know what? It doesn't even matter. What matters is that I'm a novelty dice maker. Tell me the name of your role-playing system and I'll make the die you need. That's why...
As she speaks, her bone-like fingers fiddle with a ring. Her bones light. Role-playing games? You know the one made by Fortress Accident. Does that count?
Answers? How strange. These days people only come to... I'm not sure how helpful I'll be, but go ahead and ask.
It almost looks as if the stones and dice are a natural part of the room. This person means you, or no one else, absolutely no harm. No falsehoods are present.
How did I become one? It was a business decision. I was a regular jeweler at first, but that's an unfocused field. Some of my friends were role players. They asked me to make some polyhedral dice out of cobalt. That was my first order. I grew it from there. Not especially. I like working with rare materials and a steady pay. And role players is...
Some of those nice people have big bucks to spend on. She's thankful for the security they provide her.
Of course. Tell me what you have in mind. A star that fell from the firmament? Those cost more than 7 real. Are you sure? Yes, you definitely...
Pieces of lodestone were used as the first. That's a stone for
10 real, and I can get these ready in 8 hours. It's true, magnetic dice are definitely different. When rolled together, the magnetic fields of the pips interact with each other to push and pull on each other as they're rolled, just like all magnetic personalities do. Great, see you in 8 hours then. Was there anything else? We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange, I know. But when I arrived here, all the other rooms were taken, so I had to build myself a makeshift home. Besides, I don't really have to...
Plaisance was right. There's an entity living in the chimney.
Creative.
Nothing really.
Who cares about the dead body? Ask her about... The lieutenant looks at his notebook. Then...
Your window looks directly onto the courtyard. You're saying you didn't see or...
I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. It shuts out most of the daily ruckus behind my window. Well, there's always something going on in the Whirling's backyard. During daytime, there are usually those kids. And lately, I've been seeing a lot of drunk workers hanging about.
She's heard of the murder, but did not see it.
But I never saw anyone during... I might have, but in this case, all I would have seen is my own reflection staring back from the darkness. It's really hard to make anything out. It's an odd profession, making dice for people. But I like it, and I prefer doing this to sitting at home.
She nods.
Anything else, officer? I've heard the stories, but I don't think those stories are true. Plaisance, the bookshop lady? I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the energies spared her somehow? Oh, right. But it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about the Whirling in rags? Some people say it's part of the building complex. You could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the east of the Commerce Central project. And then there is me. I've been here for 14 years, selling novelty dice to role-playing enthusiasts.
Maybe it's just because she's so talented that she's been able to woo the curse.
What's so the...
Time has come to face the source. Fear not, for the forces of the universe are supporting you in this psychic quest.
Exactly. Truth is always so disappointingly, but I'm glad we got this sorted out. Anything else?
That's all she has to say on the subject. Plaisance is not going to like what you have to tell her.
More or less. Are you interested in anyone specific?
Oh, quite a lot of them.
Yes, I think it was called Androgynous Orlando or something similar. They weren't a big hit around here. Turns out that working class men don't like genderless haircuts.
You wouldn't like it either. The others would laugh at you. A bit of experimenting every now and then isn't bad.
I guess it just wasn't the time. It wasn't merely a gym, it was Artemitep's boxing club, a community project created to steer at-risk youth away from drugs and crime. A kind man from Zemsk. I heard he had some trouble with the law when he was younger, and that's why he wanted to start the gym, as his way of giving back. Kuno. Who's Kuno? Oh yes, you mean the kid with the sailor's mouth. Yes, I've heard him yelling profanities in the backyard. I think it would take more than a gym to help that kid. It didn't. If anything, it made the youth situation in Martinez even worse. At some point, someone started a rumor that the punching...
It's not really full of that. No one would store their drugs.
Eventually, the coalition took away the funding and the club went bankrupt. This was a few years ago. It's gotten much more peaceful around the plaza ever since. Oh, this one's a mess. There used to be a company that promised to repair. Turns out, the business was actually set up as a front for an illicit group that was producing snuff milieu.
What's the snuff milieu?
And they never cleaned up the debris either. Now it's just littering the hallway and I have no idea how to get rid of it on my own. It's a sub-Rosa radio station that broadcasts real murders with real victims. Some people pay good money to get off on it.
Nothing changes in her tone as she says that.
Don't worry, the ACP has a separate division that deals exclusively with unlicensed sub-Roses. This isn't our problem.
Good luck with that. It's not easy catching those perpetrators. You mean Mr. Fabron, the taxidermist? No, he mostly just did drugs. Anything else? There used to be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the head designer's name. They were doing well for a couple of years, until the insect rights activists came. The atelier produced a certain collection that used chitin among the materials. Apparently chitin is made in the Occident, where it's extracted from. And you know how all kinds of political movements are big in the Occident. The activists shut down the biggest chitin supply, and, naturally, all the most fashionable tastemakers refused to be seen in chitin from then on. The atelier went bankrupt before they could finish the collection. Actually, insects do have brains, but yes, I understand what you're saying.
As she shifts around, you notice several dead flies on the windowsill in front.
Anything else? Fortress Accident, the radio game studio.
She liked them.
They were an interesting bunch. We talked about role-playing systems every now and then. Once, I even saw two of them get into fisticuffs over. They certainly took their work very seriously, even if they seemed to be chronically liberal. The usual, they ran out of money and couldn't get the project done on time. Well, I did hear them talking at times. They seemed to believe they were historical individuals on some grand...
She sounds almost mocking when she says that.
Yes, but when the money started to run out, they just began to complain a lot about capitalism. You know, how the markets are rigged to keep out new businesses and so on. In the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough willpower to produce something truly historic and to show up to work on time. Still, not everyone is going to make it. That's the nature of the game.
The dice is black and filled with little silvery flakes.
Anything else? Oh boy, the fabled REVON show ICT. You're in for a treat here. The place was owned by two guys who had some rather innovative ideas about marketing. The bear was one of them.
Indeed, what were the other ideas?
There was really just one, and it involved picking out the prettiest girls in the neighborhood and paying them 20 cents per hour to man the booth. And by man the booth, I mean slump behind the counter with a face that could maim you if you ever dared to disturb their bored magazine browsing.
Sounds like she really didn't like those girls.
Employing silky teenage girls is a widespread practice, yes. Unfortunately, they always come in packs. I'm talking about acne-ridden girlfriends and gorilla-like boyfriends loitering near the shop. At least that's what... And they already had the bear. The bear. Of course not. The bear was terrifying. No one wants ice cream guarded by a hostile apex predator. To make matters worse, eventually REVON show ICT lost the price war to its rival, Class A 5000. Class A 5000 sold caramel sundaes for only 5 cents a piece, out of regular fridges. Maybe, because the taxidermist who made the bear definitely wasn't. Doing his job, I mean. He said that the bear was his vision beast. He said he met his vision beast while high on desiccants. Called it Megatherion.
Sounds cool.
Megatherion, a mega wild beast. It's an imaginary beast that guides you through life by telling you to do more drugs, mostly.
The horrific necktie tightens around your neck, strangely excited. But it doesn't feel particularly fun this time around.
Very good. You shouldn't do them. You're a police officer after all. Anyway, now you know the story of the fallen ice cream empire. Anything else? Another Oh, right. I hope you didn't try to ring me. I think none of those doorbells work, including mine. I'm still in the middle of connecting the wires. Sorry about the confusion.
The doorbell with the empty name card must belong to her then.
That's right. I haven't even written my name there. As I said, it's quite useless right now. It doesn't work yet. You could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the East Delta Commerce Center.
If the Whirling is part of the same building, then it's part of the doomed commercial area. The darkness of this place is the...
Right. It used to be a gaming arcade. This is an ancient failure, before my time. I'm not surprised, however. My advice? Don't base your business on a fad. Hypnotism, floriography, trick-track, especially pinball.
Agreed. Pinball is the worst.
His disdain for pinball could not be clearer.
It can't be true. They don't work here anymore. They've been gone for years. Are you sure it was Slipstream SEA? Was it a woman? Maybe it was Plaisance from the bookstore. Tricentennial Electrics? It used to be a major electric company 100 years ago. Are you sure it wasn't just some kids playing up?
No, it was something else. It was too real to be just a prank. Either we're dealing with a professional actress, or...
Pranks can be eerie. Oh, the kids these days. We were just one of them, and now they're terrorizing us. No solidarity. Sure, I'm listening. I'm pretty sure it still doesn't work. Sure, I'm listening. They were made by a company called Slipstream. After they pivoted from making rotor blades to skis, their chief executive took off on a vacation with all their money. Honestly, I think it's quite funny. I think he's still sending out holiday transmissions from Tulula or Tiumotiri or Hashtkor or wherever he is. The usual, I imagine. That he's been thinking up all kinds of new business plans and can't wait to get started on them just as soon as he returns.
Men like that are a curse.
Sure, but Slipstream is history now. All their remaining assets got seized by the I have no idea why those skis and blades are still lying around in the house.
They were just props. Why return them?
Good. I hope it clarified things a bit. What else?
What have you found? And also, do buy the books. There may be teaching a novelty dice maker. Well, spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery? Sometimes they use the ankle bones of sheep. I don't understand. If it's not her, then where is the source of the doom?
The narrative she's built herself. It does. Just don't say you don't have any. To hell with it. Perchance you ought to just lie. So you've come this far. You know how to end it. There is an entity behind the entity.
You're telling me that you went in there and didn't find out anything about... Of course. The investigation's over. I don't want you going in there anymore. You're only angering the psychic weather in here. Now, if you're not...
Wow. Total psychic collapse between you two. There was never any other way this could have gone. She's just too far gone.
I am sorry we had to disappoint you, ma'am. Can we go now?
What have you found? A novelty dice maker? Well, spit it out. I don't understand.
The narrative. Just don't to hell with you've come this far. You know how to.
Too many inconsistencies.
Good luck persuading her. Some people can rationalize anything.
I am not doing as well as it looks like I am. I only have my Simone's wards to thank for the protection they provide. Yes, because her business consists of the psych. I see that you've fallen for. Thank you for nothing. Please, do buy some books.
Wow. Total psychic. There was never any other.
I am sorry we had...
The man ponders his cooking utensil. You see ahead. Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the glass like bony fingers. There's a little slide panel up there to let some air in. No need to open it in spring. It's still too cold outside.
This is where you say your bit.
Detective.
Oh, this is about him.
You're sure taking your time, waiting for him to get right.
Oh, he was a real pretty boy by now. Real hot stuff. Letting out that...
Time to go to work in the shit factory!
Easy, boys. These janitors have a hell of a job cut out for them.
You might want to start asking your questions now.
These guys are so macho, they're ready to confess to first-degree murder. Ask if it was them.
No. I's here.
He understood what you were doing. Taking in. Now watch the other guys fuck it up by falling out of line.
Yeah! You fuck with the Hardy boys, you fuck with Titus Hardy.
Yes, falling out of line to please him.
Relax, Dennis. No one is fucking you yet.
Use it to take a dig at his friend. Floodgates open.
Yeah, Dennis, calm down. No one's fucking you, you stupid fuck.
Let Dennis enjoy his fucking, man. We don't mind.
This one knows how to keep things going. He's a hothead, but not one to be taken lightly. The last one is a bit of a black sheep.
Yeah, you're not even being fucked, Dennis.
Easy, fellas. We got company. Let's see what brings the...
Too late. You already got a pretty good picture of these guys. You can use this. You could take another look at the tracks in the yard. See if they fit with the characters here. It could be incriminating.
Looking for something odd? No.
Is this about the question? A warehouse? I don't know. Maybe. I don't really care what Frit does.
She scrunches up her face into an expression.
Fine. Frit doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here. Okay?
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a display of croissants and juice bottles. A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the Saint Baptiste Pharmaceutics logo. A colorful display there, in that dark green glass, all in vain.
I'm obliged to inform...
Don't ask, don't look, don't do anything here.
The pale age vodka, you know. I mean, I already said it'd hurt you. No, Frit only sells legal drugs, like the law says.
Shame on you!
A lorry stuck in the trap. The windows are clear. They've been...
Likely, yes. This guy is proud of who he is. Drapes it all over his machine.
The woman still has her eyes fit nothing. Her
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you? The little boy had the good on his promise. To get me into trouble. To sick the pigs on me, pardon the choice of words.
What happened?
I was asked to look into that armor situation. Official Union probe, you know. Track it down, see who took it.
Did you?
At first I thought, why not? Maybe the pieces can feed the strike. Buy us a few more days under the sun, you know? So I went to this boy. He said he'll make me his prison bitch. He's got eyes everywhere, and the cop's in his pocket, and he's the king of Jamrock. Serves me right for doing menial footwork. I dropped that probe right then and there, and it still got me into trouble. One bad move is all it takes. I learned that people don't want to talk to a drunk Union man about some armor.
What else?
Not much. Technical stuff mostly. That was the interesting part. I did some research into this armadura. Let's say I have friends at the library. I didn't get into the material science, just how it comes off.
How does it come off?
In parts. 4 in total. The helmet was the first to go. The kid says he tore it off and kicked it into the sea. I believe him. The boots were still on the guy last I saw. Too hard to remove. So, as I count, there are 2 parts missing. The gauntlets and the cuirass. This is where I left off. Too much hassle. More like a job for some militia. Oh, they're just gone. They don't exist anymore, if they ever did at all. Forget about them. I do.
All of it? There are junior officers out there, eager to prove themselves. I would leave some...
It's implied. He finds it unlikely that...
And Mesquite is epic then, all across Martinez. I hope it will be a real bonanza for you. It's a minor nuisance. It's all good. No problem.
He is sincerely grateful he is not tracking down pieces of armor right now.
Last we saw, your race was being superseded by the Seminese. Enough with this. Bring your troops to the Seminine Island. The walls will be lined.
There may be a peaceful solution to this. You could internalize Meshahed's race theory. He would take you as one of his own. The best idea. Ask what kind of races there are first. Classification is core to this stuff.
Do you?
Obviously a liberal, Saillight. A polyculturalist. I can see it from your love of microtechnology and your certain. There are 3 categories of race. Type A, the heroic races. Type B, those are the similar. A receding genetic pool has led them out on reprehensible street parades. In mound cities like Stadskanal and the Vespertines and Messenians of Vesper and Messina, the other large Mondial civilization, the Mesk, are too yellow and oleaginous to count as a heroic race. Overproduction of SIBO, as proven by the Maun and the Mesk, Occidental Type A is in retrograde. The indigenous people of this, the Insulindian archipelago, Simonese inhabit the southern islands. I am Simonese. The Areopagites are the master race of the Ilmaran deserts. The Simonese are descendants of the...
Wait, didn't Ilmaran desert pygmies invent alcohol and get pillaged just a short while ago?
The Areopagites are sleek, long-headed. The Simonese are powerful, mesomorphic. The latter is perfected and adapting. Together they form the Simeno-Areopagite.
Nature was not capable of more.
They are the unheroic races, amorphous.
The Khoikos of Grad, Yugo, Zhimsk, Shest et al. Are what you would call white officer in a suspect description.
Yes, to an untrained eye, the Khoiko appear white and pinkish, like a handsome witch. But look into their eye. Pinkness is a racial quality that has to be earned through centuries of advanced ballistic warfare and cultural domination that the Grad people have. The Khoiko, the countless micronationality.
Wouldn't he be one for ethnostates?
They are microscopic. The Semen, its leaders will be the genetic Revasholians, halfway between Tipa and the racial Coldron. Two makes to know right from wrong.
Is it 82,000 years that we've been recording history? You have very little idea of what is happening. But that seems a little off.
The revolution came to Ravachol from Grad. The revolution is fatal. Enough of Tibet mediocrity. Tips, the F, are a museum of failed chimeric. Lesser races like the Mosquito, a grotesque mixture of a masked woman and a Semenese man. Only possible if the mother is masked and the father Semenese. The Mosquito is born sterile.
It seems unlikely that two human beings produce genetically sterile offspring.
Then there is the Simino Koiki Chimera. Are you sure you wish to know of the Simino Koiki Chimera? The Khoiko, as you know, are very servile, especially when they meet the rich man. This will never happen, but enough. It is cruel to entertain. You understand nothing. To solve the great race enigma, you have to first ask yourself, what is the race enigma? You have not even worded the mystery, let alone solved it. We will.
Access to the Union is important for our investigation, but there may be another way, without becoming a race theoretician.
Am I mildly worried he might take it seriously, the lieutenant thinks? Yes, I am, he concludes. I am worried.
Lost, though. Buckled away. I cannot possibly imagine what else we have to discuss, Tibere Vasholian.
We still need to get into the harbor. We need help with the tree situation. There must be another way.
Not before you get in there and get your ass whooped. Learn by failure, I always say.
He might have some advice, but you got to at least try to fight Measure head first. Return if you fail.
Still here, stuck in this damn... Nope, don't smoke. Some of the other drivers do, though.
Yup, nothing wrong with that.
You could also check the kiosk down the street. Frit. With 3 T's. Revochol's weird.
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. Yes, and the phone company is taking its sweet time sending someone to fix it. It's not strange, it's inconvenient. Who told you that? Fine, yeah, it looked like someone had messed with the wiring. It was shortly after the hanging, but I don't know if it's... If you do find out who cut the line, though, let me know, so I can forward them the repair. Oh, yes, that door, sure. No, I don't have... Awesome
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely...
Fine, okay. So, I haven't opened it. I have cleaned the whole place. Yes. Got the 20 real. Good. You got the room for the night.
The door is closed. Still nothing. The lieutenant, he doesn't like it. Still, the lieutenant, he doesn't like with this.
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again. Oh, dear.
You can't go. It's always a challenge to describe the person you know best in the world.
Oh,
The lieutenant.
one other thing. He'll likely have all kinds of feel. We'll be celebrating our 16th via date. We hit it off, and, well, I hope I've been useful.
You know, to hell with it. Let's have more cryptids.
Of course, officers. Is there a particular...
Hey, you promised you'd only ask about one.
He nods approvingly.
Oh, sweetie,
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
Of course, dear.
I've got nothing to say to you.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked. 8 pairs of boots have shuffled back and forth in the mud. Where else have we seen a gang of men in work boots? That's right, the hardy boys in the mess hall of Whirling. 1. Standard work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 46. Just like Titus was wearing in his booth, this is the big dick, Titus Hardy, the one with the bald cap on his head. 2. Standard work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 44. Either the blonde muscular guy, Glenn, or the young guy with a plectrum around his neck. 3. Hobnailed work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 43. 4. Standard work boot, number 45 or 46. Theo, the old smoker. You think you even see a tiny fleck. 5. Another standard work boot, reinforced toes, number 44. Same as before. 6. Light as air. Same make of boot, but number 41. Small like a rat. Shanky. 7. The glowing outline of a standard work boot, number 46. The imprints are twice as deep as the others. The weight exceeds 200 kilograms. Fat Angus. Carrying something? 8. Another standard work boot, number 44. There's an aberration in the pattern of the sole. The right sole is smoother, more worn. Curious. A missing 8th Hardy boy.
7 sets of tracks, right? The Hardy Boys were here. That's all? Interesting. Then one of them seems to be missing. Anything else out?
Note to self. This would be a good question to ask Titus. A leader like Titus doesn't let one of his guys out of sight easily, especially at a time like this.
A week, maybe? 7 days would fit the time frame provided to us by the caller, who reported the hanging.
It is not impossible.
I pulled last week's forecast for coastal Revachol. 7 days below freezing. The day before, the day of his hanging, was the last warm day.
Correct again. Sub-zero temperature.
Interesting. Let's name it the Old Soul. I wouldn't be surprised if this was the missing Hardy boy. Wonder who he is. Someone operating a workbench with a pedal? Like a joiner at the harbor? Or maybe a drummer?
He regrets it the moment he says it.
I don't know why I said that. We are not looking for a drummer. We are looking for...
The lieutenant clearly appreciates the chance to clear up the drummer issue himself.
Perhaps it could be a driver. A driver would wear out the right shoe before the left. The accelerator is on the right.
He doesn't seem to hear you, looking south toward the traffic jam instead. The machine...
We should keep our eyes open around the traffic jam. See whether anyone strikes out as a potential suspect. Seems prudent, no? 200. This could be the combined weight of 2 people, one carrying the other who's tied up. Let's say a heavily built worker carrying a similarly built armored man. Maybe it was a fat Hardy boy, the one sitting in the middle.
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight is unlikely.
Possibly, yes.
But why?
Yes, they could have used a makeshift stretcher or just march him up to the gallows.
Maybe the carrier wanted to impress his peers, demonstrate his physical might.
Even easier to carry on a stretcher or between two men. Anyway, it's for future consideration. What else can you see? 200.
He might be right. 200
Possibly.
But why?
Yes.
Maybe the carrier wanted to impress.
You mean a display of athletic ability meant to belittle the victim? A local champion carrying the intruder alone? I can see it. Anyway, the others? I'm guessing that's the skinny hardy boy. The one with his front teeth missing. Yes, well, he did look a bit like a rat, you're right. Do you think those prints belong to him? I could still be wrong, but I'm probably not. What do I think? A mob of people brought something heavy to the tree. One of them was carrying the victim. They shuffled around, especially under the tree. Then, after hoisting him up, they stood in a semicircle facing his direction. At first glance, this appears to be...
Indeed. They all stood in a row here and looked at the tree.
So far, so good. Only one thing missing.
Of course, there were 8 tracks, but there are only 7 Hardy Boys.
Which one is missing, do you think? I'm going to say it was our old soul. Yes, I doubt the Hardys are going to tell us who this person is. For now, it's best if we just keep our eyes open. I'm sure our investigation will eventually lead us to...
The man before you is naked, but for a pair... An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite.
I have...
Yes.
René. Hello, officer. Let me think. I heard someone was hanged and left on a tree for a week. But no, officers, I'm sorry.
Then help them, you wimp. You have plenty.
He means caviar socialists.
I wish I could, but I just don't know.
Odd. He doesn't seem to be lying, but there's something off.
I'm not.
Of course he's holding back. His mouth is so full of union prick he can't even speak properly.
Can I at least finish my fucking sentence before you piss on it? Is that okay, René? I'm not anyone important in the Union. I just know Evrard. Everyone in Martinez knows the Clare brothers. I told this boy...
What do you know about history?
The old soldier mumbles something under his... There he stands, proud, rigid and alone.
Let's try not to get caught in a crossfire.
Lest we leave riddled with bullet holes. This animosity is ancient.
Oh, in many ways, yes. Like an honorary member, not in the tech...
So that's what it was before. Him hiding something. He tries to make it look like he's a... He doesn't know anything, because no one...
Of course he's not a member. I hate this socialist rabble. But even...
Writing work mostly. Occasionally, He needs something written and... Oh, no.
Well, he tells his little pen man exactly what...
I don't even consider myself a regular socialist. Politics is not really something I involve myself in, officer. Officer.
He just fluffs it up.
Of course. Don't sink into anything. Don't sink into any fight. Only sink into your couch.
Just...
Come on, you.
No, thank you. For being consummate professional. I'm sorry, officer, but...
The only one you have.
Believe me, officer, I wish I could help you, but I need this sandwich to keep my blood sugars. Fuck off! It's my... Sorry, officer, I'm...
When the dissidents come to rape our country, he hide.
Sure, officer. They are the good guys around here. What do you need? Writing work must... Oh.
Well, he tells his little pen man exactly...
Oh. In many ways, yes. Not in the technique.
So he doesn't...
Of course he's... I hate this socialist rabble.
No.
The worn and beaten...
We can sit on...
Everything's still cool here, officer.
A rusting control. This panel usually closes. The dented yellow mailbox greets you with it. The box seems eat shit pig, fucked by the coon, and St. G with a crown have been scribbled on it. The mailbox does not know how.
Vigilance officer, what can this old carabiner do for you?
The sight of bullet holes stirs something in you, making you forget the lieutenant's surname. The faded marks are too degraded to draw. They look pretty ancient.
Where? There? Those are old. Yes, the one that happened half a century ago. Those bullets were fired, not much.
door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Someone here really values their security. No one answers.
We should return.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? Why, yes I am. The boat? No.
The word, it, feels strange. Such a beautiful boat deserves a proper name.
Okay. How about Cordelechi 19? Because it was manufactured in Revachol East by a company... What? I think I'll stick with the factory name. But thank you. It's a pleasure craft. And not my sloop.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little.
I really do, the lieutenant thinks. Is she...
Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around? Yes, we are. We are on Le Caillou. I haven't seen anyone...
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a patrol, and it's for crossing long distances in the greater Revachol industrial harbor.
Neither is this. A toy, I mean.
You need to make this lady admit she's only riding around on this boat because she's rich. You have the guns and the ammo. Take this Clausen fiend down.
Oh my, the E word. You mean to say that it's a symbol of conspicuous consumption? That I'm a member of the ruling class? Think nothing of it, officer. What's a little class conflict? Officer, I assure you I'm a...
The crowns of her nonchalance might be related to something called the Wayfarer Act. A law that says she doesn't need a license.
Good. That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question. Better not tie the force day to the bat's day on this. I hope there is something...
She wants to answer the question. Protocol keeps her from it.
This...
Yes, an experimental side case.
Of course, the situation is precarious. It's quite straightforward.
Ingredients for what?
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff. Yes.
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade.
We're in logistics. Yes, but you won't get anything out of Everard and the dock workers union.
The handoff. The motor lorries at the roundabout.
Precisely. Someone needs to move the ingredients from the harbour in. Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now. Interview the drivers who are still hanging about. One of them, I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company.
Uncovering union secrets could also give you an upper hand when dealing with them.
No. We asked. This is a limit. Thousands of liters.
Well, at least this solves
What is that, Lieutenant?
why I had to call East Motor Tract and beg them to open a drawbridge for me. I'd wondered since I first drove in, on my motor carriage.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kisaragi, but we need them trapped here. Yes? Excellent. It may come to nothing. In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance. Until you come up with something at that intersection, how do you think they're financing this strike? There are thousands of unpaid...
There was a shakedown of local business.
With all due respect to these desert cacti, the contents... Precisely.
It sounds like she tried looking into it herself, though she...
The two might even be...
Or not. Though, if you have evidence to
As eager as I am to share it, we did.
We know the company has launched its own probe into...
Well, here's your chance of...
She simply nods.
Of course, Detective.
My husband? No, he's not. I don't know. At home now? Out drinking with his...
Where is this going, officer?
Yes, but... I don't really need to know where... No. Why are we still talking about...
She has the husband is totally lost. You should tell her that...
What? Who said anything about Shane?
But he is. You can feel it. Or maybe it's something else then.
No, absolutely not. Are you a policeman or a nanny? They are not missing...
You know where they are. They're at home. Smoke. What if something horrible has happened? What if they're dead? That's the bad...
I see. I don't mean to...
For what it's worth, I agree. But cockatoos can't be stopped when they get like this. It's better to indulge him at this point.
Nothing.
Maybe you should. What if the cockatoo is your astral captain? Or your heraldic bird?
Please, let's do.
Her hands move over the book covers. The woman before. An old East Delta Commerce Center. This must be the name of the doomed commercial area. An old East Delta Commerce Center. This, whatever she says, it can't hurt you. You're a different person now. Stronger, healthier, and, alright, maybe not healthier, but it's a bonus that you've drunk so hard you can't remember any of your past relationships. Oblivion's the ace in your corner. There's a light buzz as you press the doorbell. A strange metallic taste fills your mouth as you stare at the intercom.
Yes, hello. This is Tricentennial Electric. Have you come to place an order?
Here come the bad vibes again. Relax. Distance yourself from it.
It's you. My God, I didn't think I would hear your voice again. Michelle, just...
Is this some kind of joke? The voice from the intercom doesn't answer, but your hands are getting cold and your breathing becomes visible, forming small...
Ever since I came to work here, it's been as if my mind's been wiped clean. It's so nice. It's so nice to be able to finally forget.
And then it hits you. She tries again not to cry, and still doesn't succeed completely. Real or not, your mirror neurons react. It feels painful to be listening to this. Her sound melts into the... This is where you hung up the call the last time, but the recording is still... The phone rings in the office with an old-fashioned chime, and someone walks by and no one replies. But the static grows stronger, like rainfall. Then a female voice speaks. Her words are too cold to comprehend. She's...
So... It was a recording trapped in the circuitry from some ancient tenant. This sometimes happens. Shall we conclude here? We have other mysteries to solve. I don't have time to explain it. Don't take this the wrong way, but during our short stint working together, something weird is...
That is true. It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage, arson, petty theft, spousal abuse. Handwritten logs on dozens of investigations date back to January. You don't exactly close them. It takes about half an... AKA Leslie and Burke. AKA the public indecency drunk and the property damage drunk is a cursed case. It has been passed from unsuspecting officer to unsuspecting officer for 10 years. On January 29, the unsolvable case made it. Leslie will always take his pants off when he's drunk. Burke will always trash everything. It's just what they do. It is their nature. You cannot change the nature of a man, and you can't lock them away because public indecency. The only way for Leslie to stop flashing his genitals to bypassers and for Burke to stop threatening fines, dragging them to the station, locking them up in the hellholes they live in, locking them up in the station, hypnotherapy, even trying to get the local gang of Zemyaki to take them out. The Zemyaki gave them ether. It's plain to see from the files that you, Satellite Officer JV and Special Consultant TH had more important cases to attend to. You uncover cross-reference to several ongoing investigations, each brought to a standstill every time you drive down Main Street. Because there they are, on the corner of Perdition. And what is Leslie doing? Good, you're learning. If the files are to be trusted, that's all there is to it. That and Burke breaking things, and the fact that they're both drunk. But then again, so are you. The case becomes considerably less comic one day when Burke, he must have it confused with the property he likes to damage. But the joke's on him. The officer is also drunk. Way more drunk than Burke there. In the process, the ledger sustains damage. The compartment within, reserved for permeable documents, is jammed shut. You stop your assault on the now unconscious Burke to open it, but are unable to do so. The officer began to cry, reports Leslie, who, he came at us, and at us. I think he was trying to kill Burko. While trying to kill Burko, you slowly come around. The permeables compartment is open. You've smashed it open on poor can't get out of his apartment, an invalid. With Burke to tend to, Leslie cuts back on the indecent exposure. Maybe he flashes his genitals to Burke, who knows, but both drunks are off the street. The complaints stop. The unsolvable case is solved, which is also why the officer responsible narrowly escapes a discipline. This one is relatively easy to reconstruct. Overnight on 1202, a graffito, nay, a mural, appears on an 8-story tenement overlooking central Jamrock. The building is a sparsely inhabited ghost tower, part of a failed real estate. Cause of failure, rent too high. The mural is enormous. 2 silhouettes, a man and a woman, are true love is possible only in the next world. For new people, it is too late for us. Wreak havoc on the people call it that thing and that fucking thing. It's visible for miles. In 2 days, the station's complaints desk gets clogged with requests to remove the bummer. You and your partner are assigned to the graffito crew is easy to track down. Only the bell lectures have the literage of industrial paint to cover the surface. One of the graffito artists is rumored to be rich. They take responsibility for the execution, but not the design. The ideal, the crew agrees to clean up after themselves. However, your partner, JV, is against the removal, citing public support for conservation. This leads to a debate in Precinct 41, which then spreads to the streets of Jamrock, ending in a rare plebiscite organized by you. The 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message, all of Lakeside, Central Jamrock, and Villa Lobos, plus half of the eminent domain, participate in the vote. Although the case begins with what appears to be a lot of rambling on the streets as to how juvenile and stupid the mural is, given a choice between 2 options. A staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it. Turns out the opposition were a loud minority, and that love truly is possible in the next world for new people, and it is too late for us. No one cares what you believe in, man with the smelly toilet ledger. What do you want to tackle? It would be very interesting to read about these, wouldn't it? I mean, there seems to be a square-shaped entry wound in the victim's forehead. She's been sitting there for weeks, on her rocking chair, with a square hole in her skull. That's all you got. From the half hour you spent piecing it together, all you know is the entry wound was square-shaped. You never found the bullet. And then, who knows, those pages are missing. Don't worry. One day you may still catch the man with... Some assholes brought their couch outside and hung out on it, in the middle of the street, on the roof, on the hillside by the motorway. You know, at an unexpected location. They were young and they thought they looked cool on it. They were leaving it out in all these unexpected and whimsical locations. They took it to where they also took photos of themselves on cigarette butts, coffee cups, stupid couch. You had to clean it all up, and you did. So No, you didn't have time for that. These notes show that you have what? Murder. Tum tum tum. At the hookah parlor was a case originally assigned to an officer called Joseph Mills, who is now dead, of circumstances completely unconnected to murder at the hookah, beaten to death by a throng of Villalobos gang members when him and his partner J.M., only initials mentioned, answered a call one night. It's a sad story, and it isn't really represented in. Joseph Mills was on this case that he just couldn't solve, was doing it solo. Said it was a real nutcracker, a real brain twister. Was on it for, like, a month. The captain got Mills didn't get off the pot. Not yet. He kept at it for a couple of weeks more, racking his brains, running with every theory as outlandish as they seemed. Still couldn't solve the murder. Okay, so the case is handed to you because Mills isn't getting anywhere, and you look into it. Here's the setup. A young man is found dead in a hookah parlor. You know, those places where you go and smoke bubblegum-flavored vapor all day. Yeah, so anyway, young man in his 20s found with his skull busted open, right on the floor of the hookah parlor, in the middle of the day. No one else is in there, only client that day. In perfect health too. Some kind of no one enters, no one exits. He's just sucking on his watermelon hookah all morning, all noon, like he usually does. He's a regular. No calls, nothing, just sucking on the hookah until 15:40. Mills has no idea. Invisible assassin, movie deal gone sour. Girl at the counter did it. Nothing fits. Eerie. Man just dropped dead. So you go to the parlor, you see cushions around the table. Tables low, heavy, really sharp. See? You can't even read the thing without solving it. Yeah, it was that. Turns out hookah does do something. It turns off your brain's oxygen supply, and you don't notice it until you get... Yeah, he liked his hookah. Stephen was his name. Smoking hookah. Didn't you hear? I don't know. Trying to come up with a movie script, maybe. Anyway, that was murder at the hookah parlor. Joseph Mills wasn't a good detective, and about 30 minutes has passed. Not much has changed in the meanwhile. The acidic stench of rotting food. The lieutenant observes you, raising and lowering the toilet waterlogged mass.
Excuse me, I just have to ask again. How could you have let this get tossed out? You had to lose because of dark vibes? What are you talking about? I don't know either. You should take stock of those. Now, if you'll excuse me.
The 15th Indo tribe. Because there was. The 15th Indo tribe was comprised of What's this? We're getting reports of normal, reasonable, temperate, political opinions somewhere in Martinez. The air suddenly feels calmer, more transparent in a strangely tender. It's time to become a citizen of the Kingdom of Conscience. It is not a place, it is a moment in time that can only arise in the right circumstances. In all of human history, it's only been achieved there. It is, isn't it? History's greatest catastrophe. That's the genius of Dolores Day. She recognized the kingdom is difficult to come, partly because humanity will need to discard many. It's also post-industrial, post-ideological, and even post-sexual. Slow down, Mr. Reasonable. That's right. Remember, real democracy.
Now it's turning into a kind of a snow limbo, man. Ah, man. Me and narcotics go way back. Has some good, but those days are behind me. There are other addictions in my life now. Why the inquiry, my man? Hey, man, that's serious criminal talk. Are you trying to pull some sort of an...
Entrapment is a practice whereby an officer of the law induces a person.
Then what's your deal here?
So much for subtlety.
We have a credible lead, sir. Someone on this roundabout is waiting for a bulk shipment from the harbor.
Not me, man. No way. I don't need any trouble. Shit's bad enough anyway. This jam's got folks up in arms, and I'm afraid it's headed toward a conflagration. Look, man, I try to stay away from the criminal under...
We wouldn't say he's lying, sire.
Looking for something?
You could push him by asking him to show you the soles of his boots.
Been admiring the stompers, right? For sure, I can demo.
On the bottom of the man's boots, you see an intricate tangle of treads with no immediately discernible pattern.
It's REVON. Custom made. Cost me a pretty penny. You'll see when the time comes, officer. True patriots carry REVON in their very soul.
Technically, you're stomping on it.
I know you people don't understand poetry. Drugs? They're shit, man. I don't let anything... You know where that shit comes from? Sarah Miriza, Safre, Ilmara. They know they can't beat us in a fair fight. So they have to get us to weaken ourselves somehow. It's racial sabotage. Racial economic sabotage.
He eyes you warily, unsure how to respond. This goes on.
I don't know shit. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you. What do you think? I can't leave the lorry unguarded. Stuff's been getting looted lately. It's those little kips sneaking around at night. If they touch my stuff, the bosses will be on my ass like ass cancer. Yeah, I knew that guy. He was an honest driver who loved this country. We were having a good debate about genetics at the wheel. Since he left, I haven't had anyone to talk to.
If they were getting drunk inside the whirling in rags, how could they know who broke into the lorry?
What? Aren't we allowed to say that he's the kips who do all the stealing around here? That's not road to science, man. Isn't it obvious? Fucking Sealang, that beady-eyed South Samaran. His little side business is a scam. I wouldn't be surprised if he was peddling drugs as well. Of course he's a lorry driver. What? He tell you he's just some simple businessman or some shit? He's selling his tribe are natural liars.
I wouldn't be so sure about it. Not until we've heard what's...
Guess so.
still has.
If you want her attention, you may need to be more forceful.
Where am I? Who are you?
The smile on her face has disappeared, replaced by the weary aspect of a cornered beast.
Never mind. I remember now. I'm still stuck in that traffic jam in the 50s. Back in Mecca, during the time of the revolution, the sidewalks and cafes are filled with young people. I was, until you came along, that this is Gabriel Buenguerro.
A strikingly handsome man looks straight at you, his head cramped. This man's got a hold over her, even 50 years.
He was the biggest star of his day. Girls used to faint in the aisles of cinema whenever
In all likelihood, it's a world that's only ever existed in her mind.
someone was. They are someone's memories, boy. What difference does it make if it's me or not? They're beautiful. That is all that matters.
She seems to derive some bitter pleasure from this strange thought, as if the past will one day wipe the present away, like a tidal wave approaching.
Why not, Harife? It's not like I have any...
There's something off about this woman. Tell her to show you the soles of her boots.
Diamonds? Of course not. But wouldn't it be marvelous if I was? Whatever stupid things they put in the lorry, I imagine. I quit concerning myself with that a long time ago. Besides, I don't drive the lorry for the cargo, if you know what I mean. Then it's contraband, lawman. What? Do you want to take an old woman in? Be my guest. Lock me away like
Bad hand. Hermenegildos' bad hand strangled 300 people. What can I say? Some people just really like strangling people.
Of course not. To truly understand...
The boyadero, boya for short, is a cow herder from upstream Maghreb.
It's an old ballad about a young girl who falls in love with a daring boyadero. He promises to marry her. Of course not.
In the background, you can hear the orchestra swell as the screen fills with the maidens.
So the boyadero strangles his beloved and throws her body in the Maghreb. Then he rides off, because the Western Plain is calling to him. You have to understand. A true boyadero needs a whole horizon.
What if to truly love a boyadero is to float lifeless downstream?
She's just a distracted old woman.
So he doesn't think she's a smut.
You hear that, lawman? I don't think your partner likes you spending too much time with me.
Nothing. I just don't think she's...
He doesn't want your frail mind caught up in something here. Something...
A pale dream is what it is. Now what do you want with an old woman's boots, Sheriff? Please? I think you should let me get back to Gabriel Buenguerro. You are not Gabriel.
She's wearing sturdy worker's boots made of black leather. Buckles run across. The sole...
Just before Gabriel, it was the coronation of Franco Negro. Now...
Moreover, the boots were size 37. Another discrepancy, although not boot-related, is the coronation of his innocence.
It was. And then it was no more. And I was no longer... Perhaps it was or not...
As she says, carnival, she just...
I could have told you that from just looking at them. The size is 37.
The feet of a little girl, they fit well on the pedals. What do I need drugs for, lawman? What I see, what I feel, the great adversary, no drugs can compare. Yes, there is a protagonista.
Those epithets are familiar somehow. The great adversary, the great...
Then what were you getting at?
This line of questioning is going nowhere. Maybe if she thought your Corrupt?
You're man, low man. What of it? Maybe. Probably not. Makes no difference to me either way. Just this month, I made half a dozen trips from Saramiriza to Grad, on the U41A. What do you think they take from Saramiriza to Grad, Lowman? It's diamonds, Lowman, obviously. Easy. He's the skinny man who thinks he's a poet. Never trust a poet. Also, he's the only one I can see from here.
That's correct. There is no visibility of any of the others.
Diamonds are good for you, Lowman. You should try them. Where do you want me to go? Or,
I think we're done here, no?
Yes, go.
A lorry stuck in the...
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you? Sorry. Busy surveying the situation. Wiretapping, telescopic, or calling in tactical air support. You guys have air support, right? I get it. Hush, hush about...
Something changes in his disposition. A merciful smile in the corner.
All right, I may have some advice for you on how to deal with Jean-Luc there, out of solidarity to the RCM. It's low in technology, however. First, don't fight him, obviously. Second, get him to share his theory by being subordinate. Admit your lack of expertise. Basically grovel. That's how I do it. You're welcome.
Maybe that would work. We'll have to...
Everything's still cool here. Of drugs? I don't go in for that, officer. Drugs ruin lives. Unless you're into drugs, of course. In which case, drugs are X. That's so cool. You investigating the local drug trade like...
A blatant lie, sire. Yet he tells it with such conviction. We'd believe him if we didn't know better.
Who said that? It's the fat racist, right? I bet it's him. He has an agenda.
So you admit you're a lorry driver?
No, I just said I work harder and he's an asshole. Okay, maybe I'm a lorry driver too. A little. But that's not the most important thing about me. That's my day job. This? Exactly. It's such a small part of my life. It's in the rear view mirror now. I'm climbing out of that hole with ingenuity. No! That's insane! It's the nothing! I told you! I'm not...
And what crowd is that?
Crowd! You know?
No, he wasn't talking about an abstract crowd. It was that crowd.
Shush, please! There's bad people doing bad things here. That's all I know.
Here we go. There's a tiny bit of truth on the table. Zoom in on it.
It's a she, okay? The other drivers call her the lady driver. You're better off staying away from her. The way they talk about her, she's no lady. All of them. I don't know. I told you all I know. Are we cool now?
Who exactly is talking about this lady driver of yours? The racist or the other one with the tattoos?
All of them. Even the ones who've left. I don't hang out with them. I don't remember who has tattoos. I don't know. Maybe. If she is, I haven't gone near her. I don't get involved.
It could be. She was strange. He's not ruling her out.
All right.
Now it's turning into a kind of a snow. I don't want to talk about that. Man, I was hoping it isn't going to be her. All I can say is she isn't around here anymore. She isn't some evil drug trafficker. And I don't know where she is. I didn't, man. I told you I was hoping it's not her. That she would.
He still is. Hoping. It's just wishful thinking on his part. It's true. We would have caught. Bah. Emotional.
Thank God I don't know. People here call her the lady driver. She kept her name a secret. From me too. Now I see why. A friend? An acquaintance. I don't know. She was the only person in this damn jam I could talk to. She's a youngish woman. Gruff, but in a cool way.
What color hair?
Blue and violet. Dyed. It was violet when she got here. Blue before she went.
Then she may have dyed it again.
Damn, I don't want to... Please just let it go.
We can't just let it go.
That's how it always is with you, isn't it? All part of the
It won't come to that. We won't pursue her on the...
I don't believe you. I just can't, man. I'm not naive. She's got the darkness in her. That young person's darkness when you think it's all over. And you're looking for a way out.
She shared this with you?
Yes. Which is why I don't want to snitch on her. I heard the rumors. I saw the other drivers looking at me strange when we talked. And she told me, too, that she's had a violent life. But I wasn't afraid of her.
Did this violent life include drug trafficking?
Well, it looks like it did now. But we didn't talk about that. We talked about life, you know? She talked about her mind. The way it worked. The trouble it was giving her. Fuck, man. Go grill someone else with these questions, okay? There are plenty of drivers here who couldn't stand her, or were afraid of her.
The grey-haired woman. Maybe she knows something. Wait, this guy says they're friends, then acquaintances, and he's okay with others. Push Tommy and it will break his heart and his spirit. Don't expect you to be pals. Now is not the time to focus on feelings. You need that info, son.
Fine. I don't want to be a butcher. And I don't want to be a knight either. I just want to be a person who can sleep at night. A little fame. You're not going to put a bullet in your...
Imagine it. An explosion of stars.
Thank you, friend. Wow. This makes me feel like...
looking for something, Hunt? Come to tell me to fuck off? I don't know what you're talking about. He did something. He stole his employer's goods and another lorryman's job. You should be thankful for the...
He's been expecting this.
Listen up, fuckwits. You don't scare me. You cops don't run Revachol West. You don't run Martinez. You don't run anything.
No. He means La Puta Ma...
A legendary, and not in a good way. Looks like the lieutenant has a plan. Let it...
Yeah, him.
Then I presume you are familiar with his peony.
Yeah, they're his little bitches. He's got them all over the unions.
Not just the unions. He has peonies everywhere. Some say he even has them in the RCM. Dirty fucking peon.
The lieutenant adopts a rodentine quality. Be cool, sire. He's getting...
You're not peonies. You wouldn't be investigating a drug thing if you were.
No, of course not. We are not peonies. But if we were, and one of Madre's drivers were to be stealing from him, then it's a good peony's job to find out who the...
He's surprisingly good at this. Not bad at all. Look at him lurch.
It's not a hard job. It won't take a long time. It won't make Padre Madre angry. But a stupid fucking racist is standing in the way, protecting this fucking thief.
I'm not scared of you or the mob. I'm under the protection of the Lorrymen and Carters Guild.
You've seen that corpse in the ceramic armor there. Did his shitty little guild protect him?
Nah, you wouldn't just leave him out there if you...
The lieutenant turns and gives you a barely... I've softened him up as best I could. Now it's on you to finish the job.
Hola, Wandering Man.
Right to work! Right to...
The woman is still hunched over the railing.
Huh? What is it? What do you want? Did you just call me a lady, Harry?
She clearly doesn't think she's a lady. Don't repeat it. The woman's malevolent cap.
I'm a lady like you are, Gabriel Buenguerro. Only in dreams. I'm only terrifying to small children, and to those who used to...
Yeah, it's not her. Believe me.
Because they can no longer recognize the person I once was. How should I know? Do I look like I spend a lot of time with the other communers sniffing around when I have my movies to go to? Oh, Sim.
man ponders his cook. You see a heavy the door does not. The man, he looks up at you. Shrugging is an international sign for.
Can I help you? Another thing. Great, yes.
I've got nothing to say to you.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here. What are you talking about, madman? There's no 8th Hardy Boy, there's 7 of us and we're all here. Or what? You want to be the 8th Hardy Boy?
Actually, boss, we've been talking and we think she could maybe...
This person Glenn wants to hire, he really respects her.
Shut the fuck up, Glenn!
It has to be good if he won't let you pursue it. Looks like the lieutenant thinks so too.
So let me get this straight. There is an 8th Hardy Boy. It's a she, and you don't like us talking about her?
That's right. We're not talking about this. This is a private Hardy Boys matter. You're not cops here. Don't go digging around if you...
Good. We are all watching each other. Officer, your question.
There's no point in pushing it further, he thinks. This is already a victory. We'll learn more about this 8th Hardy sooner or later.
The pretty boy. You guys really look...
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
Container belt, like we use in the harbor? Because we took it from the harbor where we work. Then we went out back and used it to hang. We did this. Together. All of us. Until he was dead. That's why there's a container belt around his neck. God damn.
No. These 7 honest men have equally come forth. They told you what happened so that you don't waste any more of your time.
All 7 together. They're diluting responsibility. It's an anti-arrest tactic.
How many people have you sent to the Shays? Ever felt remorse?
Chaise électrique is the method of capital punishment in REVON.
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years. For life.
The River Esperance Correctional Facility, a military prison run by the coalition, dubbed Reunion by the inmates. The origin of the name.
Rest assured, lawman. None worse than our guy. He got what was coming to.
Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. You can't arrest. Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all?
A trick question. Don't let her lead the conversation.
Who do you fucking think does?
It wasn't a question, dickwad.
How this asshole is worse than...
I think you got your answer.
Yes, there are some administrative differences. But on that night, they all acted as one man. You don't have to keep answering his questions.
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We killed him last Sunday night. Seemed like a good way to end the week.
Known him? We don't associate with scum like...
Yeah! Who do you think we are?
Quiet. He came around about 3 weeks ago when that Pines cow first sailed into town. Happy?
By the Pines cow, you mean Joyce Messier, the representative for White Pines? The same company you're striking against?
No. I mean the Pines cow. The stupid-ass cow they sent in to fuck us over. But you know what? Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy? I'm sure she has interesting things to say when you ask her hard enough.
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus.
Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out alive in my town. And he stepped out of line.
What kind of mercenary?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experienced kind, too. Had Cohoy and Semenine written all over him.
A live grenade. Right here in our bar.
This one has a special gripe with him coming here.
I can't prove it, but I know he was sent by the Wild Pines.
Cause one night, he walked straight up to the mic and said, "I'm R&E's goddamn special force."
Really?
Yeah, really. Had a gin and tonic up there, sang some R&E's paratrooper song.
We couldn't believe it either, but he fucking did, right there. Like some kind of...
Sire, the tale is true. This is a serious violation of the karaoke code.
Wrong. He harassed women, raped one, harassed workers, threatened to kill some as a warning.
From rape to harassment to threats of violence. Why the strange de-escalate? He regrets mentioning it. Hopes you didn't notice.
To kill us all if we don't open the gates, if we don't let the scabs in, if we don't bend over. And that was before he started coming.
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now. Started to come in here every night. Drinking, grabbing girls. Grabbed one of ours mid-karaoke, right there.
He grabbed someone?
Yeah, this girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl, young. Gets into the second verse of Lover Lake. The fucker grabs her legs, starts screaming. "Show me your cunt! Why don't you show me your cunt?" Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle. Doesn't even fall down.
Aren't you fucking listening? My man is talking to you.
Yeah, me and Eugene got around. Aren't you fucking...
There's something odd here. Seems like they don't want to talk about that rape Titus mentioned. Why not? This is a serious allegation. Make them talk about it.
No. You're not getting the name. That's a Martinez matter.
There's nothing you can do for now. He's stonewalling you.
We hanged him up by his neck until he got free.
Didn't they teach you anything at the cop?
You're pretty sure you've had at least 2 years of cop school and many more of certainly enough to not put up with this backsass. Deliver a... This is where an autopsy would come in handy. You have to work with what you know.
Titus, you don't have to...
We overpowered him, dragged his unconscious body to the tree, put a noose around his...
Then we left him for seagulls, maggots, and you fucks.
Make them a bit more uncomfortable first, then see if it all adds up.
Weren't you fucking listening?
Titus lets the others clear out the details, so he doesn't get his hands muddy with explaining.
With numbers, asshole. How do you think? You're right, Lizzie. I've done enough explaining here. Like what, Copper?
Nothing. Your investigation here is done. Leave Martinez.
I think we're going to stick around, thanks. Some things don't add up here, Titus. I've done this job for long enough to know that people don't just confess to first-degree murder, even if it is a group responsibility. We're going...
Good luck with that.
Rent-a-cop. So that's what this is about. He doesn't see you as his equals.
Can I help you?
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite. An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material. Because it's nice and it reveals no... An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material. Because it's nice and orderly, it reveals... inconspicuous pile of the roofing material because it's nice and orderly. Well-laid pallets, easy on the eyes. It reveals no secrets. An inconspicuous pile of because it's nice and it reveals no secrets.
Fuck does Kuno care? So? Fuck, okay.
Kuno sent your fat ass running around like jello!
Look, pig, Kuno sent you to rough some people up. Kuno played you. You got fucked after this shit.
Yeah, real interesting.
The fuck about it? Your test.
Get lost,
Kuno doesn't.
I'll die before I squeal, pig. What's this?
Get the.
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza mosaic. Cop habit. You look at this isn't case related, you think. Hard to say. The tire tracks were left here by an unknown event that took place some days ago. It's a message written in the language of burnt rubber. Some of that rubber stuck to the tiles right in front of the whirling in rags. This is point A. The driver started and then accelerated straight into the fence, left a hole big enough for the Franco-Nigerian cavalry, according to the cafeteria manager. The hole in this fence doesn't look that huge. The driver proceeded to back out of the yard, barely stopping before hitting the adjacent building. Before heading south, must have been in a hurry.
You are correct. This is a rather motor...
Somehow that makes you feel...
I'm not sure. There are plenty of traffic accidents waiting to happen in Martinez. With the jam right here on the roundabout.
You could follow the track south. There seems to be a canal there.
That's plausible. A similar reckless abandon seems to be in evidence.
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. Yes?
The door is closed. Still nothing. The lieutenant, he doesn't like it. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face. The fan stands still. The switch must be broken because nothing happened. The lights are on. The bed is still cold from... The window stands broken. You see some light.
Hello, hello. Have you tried it before?
It's almost like he's what the lieutenant steps away, pretending to admire some of them. Go ahead then, he thinks. He won't be your nog, but he won't be thrilled about this either.
Here you go, man. Of course.
There, working class drunk. You know what? Cracked it. All in a good day's work. What do you mean, what did I crack? Look at how working class that drunk is. Yes, And you found him. Now go and tell the working class woman. Didn't she repeatedly tell you her husband isn't, but he is missing? You heard her. There's no need for champagne.
God damn it, I already told you. My husband isn't missing. And I specifically... Very well then. Where is he? Excuse me?
There's something else hiding in her voice though. A trace of worry.
Right, 'cause working class women come with alcoholic...
Remember, about that what. Never ever say what.
You were right. I do have an alcoholic husband. Although not that one. I did, and he is. No, he's not. Or maybe he is, I don't know. He's probably in the park, or in Sham. I haven't seen him for...
There. She's worried now. She just nods, still staring into the distance. The woman before...
Hi, Ace Detective.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
Trying to sneak up on me again?
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
What do I care about some fucking tin eggshells? Ugh, alright, sad piggy. I'll give you this one. I saw a little girl in the fishing village running around with military-grade handwear. Looked cute as hell. If you haven't been there, the village is a shithole down the coast from the main plaza. Have a good time! No. That's all the snitching Cindy the Skull does. I have a weakness for
Or a weakness for police officers, miss.
You're back. Good. What word has traveled, yes, but nothing of real substance has surfaced.
One of the tall buildings overlooking the roundabout. It would give them a read on the entire...
It appears we are being monitored every step we take, colleague. Did we have any other business here?
This coin-operated viewer is The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and white boots. The material, delicate. These are clearly not. The cadaver slowly The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals 10 cents.
Is this about the questions again? Because a warehouse? I don't...
She looks up from...
Fine. For it doesn't have a warehouse.
Descent has only worsened since I last saw you. You have really let...
He does not so much as glance at the object.
Stop showing me your pathetic...
He had nothing to do with it. Does he strike you as the kind of man who puts monks into trash?
Oh, don't be vulgar.
There must be some friction there. He's keeping it well hidden.
Mr. Claire is also to serve is noble. It takes discipline. Your petulant jam, individualism. You have gotten these ideas from degenerate youth culture, have you not? You have picked them up from rock and roll songs? offshoots of the Seminoles people invented disco while having sex, I am not surprised you enjoy it so much. This has happened to many of the side products of the South Island race. We are the future. I am a descendant. The narrow streets of Ulembuir are with me in my genetic dreams. I see no.
You would be appreciative if you did not further chase this line of inquiry in front of the women.
Yes.
This could have made him more open to discussing the race enigma with you.
I think this racist is better than the last. But the next racist...
That will be the...
He will grant us 3 wishes.
Your pedomorphic friend has quick wits. A protruding...
The lieutenant does not.
You should keep him close. The congenital defect of farsightedness does not render him a complete invalid. He still has the... I am not the first line of defense. I am the last. In addition, these so-called hardy boys are an effeminate clique.
You pick up on something artificial in his tone, like he's putting on an act. This is unlike him. He is usually more himself.
Fine. They have recently fallen under the influence of a boss. Find out for yourself.
Interesting.
Racists are generally not very good examples of their race. I am not like them. I am craniometric perfection. I have taken the trouble to permanently draw a phrenologic grid on my skull and features. This should dispel any doubt. Your silence betrays your inferiority. You do not have a reply. There is nothing funky about them. There are 3. I cannot possibly imagine what else we have to do.
Stuck in the windows are clear.
Yes? What do you want to know? What's there to say? It's just stupidity. The cop kind. Our precincts can't decide if Martinez is part of Jamrock or the industry. Well, sort of. I think the dispatch desk just told both our stations about the hanging. There was quite the brouhaha at the 57th, I can tell you that. Time to...
He opens one hand and looks at it.
Which school do you subscribe to? Mambo or Jambo? It's always good to have a police officer who... Was there anything else you wanted to ask about the competition? Martinez? Nothing. Yes, it's a wholly pointless matter. Forget I am...
He's actually glad it's addressed now. Look at you. It's because you're a failure. They sent you to Slight, Precinct 57. Just think about it for a second. You're a raging alcoholic who...
I've considered it. I don't think I can say one way or another. I checked the records. This jurisdiction dispute, who polices Martinez, reaches back to the 30s. It's as old as my station. And all this time we can't decide who gets Martinez? I am the finest of nothing. Safe? No. But you're old. You've made it this far. Something has brought... So no, I don't think they sent you as a joke. And even if they did, they are in for a surprise.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime, Romance,
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and but amidst the various these three, the point of the book and many others on this shelf is to give people various
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you...
Trying to sneak up on me again? Trying to snuff me out? Get away, pig!
A plaster cast bust depicts a middle.
He was definitely controlled. There aren't many communists around.
This door is made of metal and appears to no one harm.
We should...
Tiles on the cube. The filament slides out. Nothing happens. Like a smooth draw, the speaker comes.
Good evening. Please repeat. Is this the production? Good. Please repeat the password. Received.
Don't worry.
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today? Good. Please repeat the received.
Don't worry.
Fortress accident. Thank you.
Tiles on the cube. Nothing happens. Behind the hatch sits a cube-like crisscross of filaments, smoldering in the dark like fireflies. Silver tape on the side says, the filament slides out of... The bear's eyes are still glowing. A thick layer of coal dust cut. This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. Turning the crank, it's all gone now. You'll never become a poet or an entrepreneur. You slip your finger. If you want to try again, then you need to have the pry bar in your hand, detective. This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner on top. Turning the crank is all gone now. You'll never be...
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die? I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit. Excellent. That will be 10 real for one set of magnetic dice. This was an especially fun set to make.
Dazzling. It's like you have a pair of tiny disco balls in your hand. The trash containers. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste. Not much to see here anymore. You see, a box falls into pieces. There's nothing more. The container sounds a muffled gong. An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
If he really saved the economy, that sounds off.
Haven't you heard, officer? We've got to be economically conscious. Recycle your cash. Very cool.
The speakers, you should go over and ask him about paying for those sneakers with your net worth.
Shine on these.
Stylish shades, huh? They'd be even more stylish if you paid for them with net worth. Go over and ask him.
Hello. Sure, let me have a look. I'm not purchasing any more clothing at the moment. And especially that tie. It swallows photons around it. I have no need for necrotic objects.
Your mother is a necrotic object! I'm fun! Look at me sparkle in the light of the projector!
Anything else you're thinking of selling? I'm not, and especially...
Your mother is
Another time, perhaps. Sure thing. Sure, man.
Looking for something odd? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
descent has... There is nothing. Those are... A receding genetic pool has led the Maun on... You know them.
Mahoon is a derogative term for in some...
The Maun are the Vesper, the other large mondial civilization. Overproduct as proven by the Maun and the Mesk. Occidental type A is in retrograde. The Simony, no.
Jean, baby, you're on fire.
I know, babe. The Areopagite, the latter, is perfect.
Nature was not capable of more.
Type B.
The Koikos of Grad.
To an untrained, pinkness is a racial quality that has to be earned. The Koiko.
Wouldn't he be one for ethnostates?
Revasholian.
Is it 82,000 years that we've been recording history? You have very little idea of what is happening, but that seems a little off.
The revolution is fatal familial in some enough of tips. The F are a museum. Lesser, the mosquito is born sterile.
It seems unlikely that two human beings produce genetically sterile offspring.
You are right.
The sage will not budge on this.
Then there is the Simino Koiki Chimera. Are you sure you wish to know? The Koiko. This will never happen. But enough. It is clear I cannot possibly imagine what else we have to discuss. Tibere Vasholian.
There must be some.
Mr. Clare is a man of vision and means. Jam. Individualism. You have gotten these ideas from degenerate youth culture, have you? Of course. I am not surprised you enjoy it so much. This has happened to many of the side products of the inevitable cultural victory of the Seminese race. What you need is to come to terms with extinction and never getting that dead body down from the tree. Your race descent has only worsened since I last saw you. You have really let yourself go.
Just like that, instinct took over. A solid strike straight into his throat, into the cartilage. The man is reeling, gasping for air. Time stands still around you. In the distance, all you hear is a small gurgling sound as a trickle of blood appears on the man's lip. Oh God, wrong move. Your head is in his hands, like a pair of forceps crushing you, and you can feel every jewel.
Say it. I am a degenerate drunk.
The compression is unbearable.
You are a poor player of physical chess.
I'd appreciate it if you didn't force us into situations where I may have to shoot random civilians, because that... I'm not even sure the one bullet my chamber holds would even prick that hug. There must be some other way. Let's go see the yard again. It faces the other end of the harbor. We're done with Measurehead here. Let's think of something.
No. You should do it again. It's the last.
Nice aggression with the native. Don't let the chief fool you next time. You don't need to be that up in his face. Leave yourself space to move.
Not bad advice, actually. This might do.
Let's talk about our right to work.
Right to work! Right to work!
Have fun. Union shits are on full strike. Don't think they're going to let...
Right to work!
It's shameful. Come.
We are not picking a side in this, just pity.
Let us work!
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and a metallic drawer. Slide the pull-out toolbox.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? No, and I doubt they'll get back to me before tomorrow morning. Anything else? Just a second. Sylvie Malak. Yes. Hello? Oh, great. What else do you need, Detective?
You hear the call breaking.
Anything else I can help you with, officer? Just a moment.
10-4, come in, officer. Over. Ten-4, I know I already wrote it in a report, but it will stay on my desk for a few days. Over.
Wait. Before you say anything stupid, think it through. Be smart about this.
10-4, sir, I'm not hearing your question. That's a negative, sir. I got 10-12 visitors present here. Over.
Does he actually want something, or is he hell-bent?
He asked if he ever told me about it.
For God's sake!
Sir, Satellite Officer Vikmar says... So, was there anything else? 10-9, repeat message. I didn't get that, sir. Over. Sir, I will not have you talk to me in this manner. Over.
What? What is it?
He seems intoxicated and keeps asking me to call him by his name.
Mullen's drunk and emotionally aggressive. That's... Wrap it up. Don't indulge in his drunken antics.
Understood, sir. Over. Roger that. 10-10.
Worn and beaten wood.
Officer, the mere sight of...
I like playing in the dark. Sharpens your nocturnal instincts. Feels like being on recon again. Yes. The terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar game. No! Why what? Because that's what happens when communards hijack your country, execute your supreme. Sadly, no. Should have fought dirty, like.
It was probably a bit more complicated than that.
This place is a damn beachhead, son. Yes.
He finds your...
Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in REVON during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2, this here is blood.
Blood ground.
Damn right, the rest of the city got...
Well...
You don't even begin!
Thinking men have opinions on these things. Present one.
No, they don't. I would.
This royal...
Instead, all that is... This is just what the commies wanted. The suzerain is... It's no use talking to you. You are still...
An inconspicuous pile of the... The man from Hyomdal stares out at you. You know the story by heart at this point. Nothing new or remarkable catches your eye. The back blurb below, in smaller font, you see a brazen attempt to build. Their main concern is the continuation. It's just a racist mug, but it will. The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of lined office paper. The kitchen magnets have left spots on its surface.
Really? You don't have a single guess? Oh, I'm sure that child would love to get his hands on it.
There it is again. The scent of apricots with a touch. Yes, from the height the sun set, there is a movement next to you. The shuffle. Why are you talking to a gum wrapper? Bitter. Whatever petrochemical byproduct until a block feels so. An intricate web, it still kind of looks like a map. It's the ledger you found in the trash. Without resistance or sound, the two panels moved against each other. The compartment, the words just crossed your mind somehow. Who do you think? It's slightly, ever so slightly, difficult to breathe once you've done so. The drawer is locked. Blue ink, thin, see-through, a monetary penalization, but they appear pleasantly vague. These are quite sinister in tone. They give a dozen pages. Color of the irises, predation marks, condition of sexual organs. Yes, all that remains now is to fill those forms, and the rest of the stinking cellulose is much worse for wear. Being sandwiched between the board and the rest of the paperwork must have spared the fragile copy. It's made of dark blue plastic, something permeables. The plastic shimmers like lapis lazuli. With your hands, you four-sized pages hang from the clip screwed to the top of the board. Arson, petty theft, spousal abuse, handwritten logs. You don't exactly close them so much as distance yourself from the smell. An aluminium block run a bunch of sodden paper. The man before you is naked. The material, delicate. These are clearly not boots. They're
Indeed, ceramic plate, under the heel. Fair weather. Fair weather model T500 VE. I'm guessing that's vitro.
a small. Suddenly, your biceps coil up. Your elbow is sharp. The metal connects with the same ding.
Did you hear that? A click? This is a kinetic redistributor.
Faint, organic line, like whirls of floorboards. That if trees were made of the smooth, the whirls are in a shape.
Good. We have a make and a number. That's something. We can use the radio in my kinema when we're done. Either station can chase it for us. Piece by piece, we should keep a lookout for these species. The armor could yield information.
The sabatons dangle.
It is. We've requested similar for a full set.
For the northwest region of Revachol, an officer's average year.
Not too much, yes.
The lieutenant nods, wiping his finger.
That's for us to find out. My initial report on the area suggests he was a security guard for the harbor company, but that's just hearsay. No, your first instinct was...
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt, his torso covered in tattoos, and extremities blotched pink and blue.
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. Oh, yes, that door. Sure. There's nothing mysterious. No, I don't. Awesome
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference.
Fine. So, I haven't opened it. I have cleaned the whole place 100 times over, though. Yes?
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling height window. There's a little slide panel up there to let some air in. No need to open it in spring. It's still too cold outside. The dented yellow mailbox greets. There is a hollow. Your toe has suffered damage.
Cool. You really showed that mail collection box.
He does not actually think it's cool. If anything, the lieutenant feels sorry for the poor box. The lieutenant dodged the bullet there. He must see the box as...
Yes?
No response. He's having trouble processing it.
Have you tried concentrating on something other than your personal affairs?
There is a sudden, harsh edge to his voice, like he's tired of hearing about your personal affairs.
Not a fan. It's just the nature of
The RCM.
Try work, the case at hand. It can work miracles. Focus on other people's troubles, not your own.
A moment passes. The lieutenant glances at the sports watch on his wrist.
What about me? That's because I'm half Zeolite, or quad. It's a part of the world.
Seo is a protectionist. Isolate.
I can see you're disappointed. You are right to be. I don't speak a word of Zeolite. I've never met either. That's correct.
That makes him a Beano-clad. Completely uncopped material, if you say so yourself.
Are they? They are most...
You could use a good, normal peer yourself.
What do you mean? I have no idea.
The lieutenant is a police officer of the old school. His concerns are material and extrinsic. But this isn't an old school case.
What? Think? I do most of my work inside my notebook.
The lieutenant produces his... That's where his conversations with himself take place. We all have our different mediums. His is written.
Good. Let's change the subject.
Only banal things strike you. At the core, you're one you should be ashamed of. It's no wonder the soft one doesn't want it back. It was right to abandon you.
What do you want to know? No, it's not a particular...
The lieutenant adjusts his collar.
You mean like a brief? Do you want me to brief you again? There's no reason to... 3 days ago, the RCM emergent. During that time, the victim... Okay then. Good.
Gendarmerie, you found me.
His slender figure is backlit by city lights, its distant streets and motorways flashing like diamonds. It feels like a Friday. He seems to be in a good mood tonight.
Beautiful. So tell me, are you here to make things right again? Beautiful. I have some good news for you. My Sunday friend is visiting me tonight. I told him about you and he'd like to say hello. Step in. He's already waiting. That's why I chose this place.
Wait. Suddenly you are digging things?
That's nice, but I don't have anything to tell you. It's my friend you're looking for, not me.
He takes another drag of his unfiltered cigarette and looks around.
Besides, I've got to run.
He's going to leave you alone again. That's sad.
To the city. It's a beautiful night.
Something flutters in the corner of the lieutenant's mouth.
We'll talk. Just not tonight. Take care, all right?
And he's gone again. Looks like it's becoming a theme for him.
Right after you.
Officers of the REVON Citizens Militia.
You shouldn't be seeing him in an intimate setting. For some reason, you feel this man is your superior. Superior, but he's not in the command chain.
My name is Charles Vildrouin, and I am an official with the coalition government. I work for the Institute of... I heard you talking to my friend outside. Very good. Super.
No, first ask an innocuous personal question to get the interview off on the right foot. Yes, make it clear you're the one setting the terms here.
Oh, we got it from an atelier in the East Delta Commerce Center. Personally, I think it's a little culturally insensitive, but the material is great. That's really all I can tell you about it.
That didn't work at all. The lieutenant takes out his notebook and nods to you to proceed.
I'm sorry to say I did, officer.
Easy, detective. No need to jump to conclusions.
Officer, it's very difficult to describe what I saw that night. It was so surreal to me, like in...
He holds out his hands and blossoms his fingers, like a drama teacher.
What do you mean, like in a play?
It was just so strange. I could barely comprehend what was happening. I was on the balcony when it happened, getting some fresh air. I remember that first they came in, carrying what looked like a body. And then I saw all the surrounding windows go dead, one by one. That's when I understood. I should not be seeing this.
Sounds like the victim was unconscious, or at least incapacitated. Well done, detective.
I couldn't see their faces well, and there were quite a few of them. But they were very loud and very... Martinez. Let's just say that the laboring classes can get rather expressive with their profanities. I couldn't tell you exactly. Less than 10. Maybe 8?
The lieutenant sends you a sharp look at the mention of that number.
That's a giant you're describing. No, they were all quite human, as far as I could tell. Drummers? Why?
I think we can drop the drummer angle. That was my bad.
I went back inside.
Were you able to see anything from...
Officer, the yard was pitch black. There was nothing to see, but I could still hear their voices. They were threatening to all men, I presume. But again, I couldn't see very clearly. I believe they were mostly white, though I believe I saw 2 Areopagites among them. And I am quite certain that one spoke with a Mesk accent. Well, that's the strangest part, officer. Nothing happened. It was oddly quiet for a public lynching. Eventually, their shouts died down, and that was all. There were no gunshots, no celebratory shouts, no anything. You're right, of course. That is what one is supposed to do in such circumstances. I'm afraid I don't have anything else to...
About what time was all this happening?
All I can say is that it was late. No, I didn't see the corpse until the following day.
It seems this wasn't the break you were hoping for. I think we have everything we need. Thank you for talking to us.
Of course. Anything I can do to assist the RCM. The coalition is only looking out for the price stability. Inflation is a killer. Like a heart disease, the economy impacts the entire international community, which is why it... well, I'm renovating it. It is an interesting project. The building used to be a 12-story skyscraper before the cannons took the top 4 stories off. This, of course, you could say I'm undoing some of the material. Yes, as I said.
Wait, there isn't actually an Institute of Price Stability, is there? Or maybe there is. God, it's impossible to understand whether...
La communauté internationale is what Revacholians colloquially call your employer, technically speaking. It is the most important thing. It's the central goal, which is essential for maintaining...
Basically, it makes sure the price of bread doesn't change.
Précisément. Too much inflation, bread becomes too expensive. Too much deflation, it becomes too cheap. That's why the Institute of Price Stability works to keep inflation just below 2%, but not too far below. The coalition believes in the importance of informing the public about the benefits of the price. A sound monetary policy. But oh, I don't have my leaflets on me today. That's too bad. You can always call our information line. Making information available is part of the Moral Intern's commitment to transparency. It's the international organization for moralists. Hence, Moralist International. The Institute of Price Stability is just...
There are more nefarious powers to work for than the Moral Intern.
But of course. Because moralists believe in a normal, stable world governed by democratic values. Martinez? No. Martinez is something else. Revachol is generally difficult. It's led by an interim government, which means it hasn't... But they are working towards it. You're all doing very well here, relatively speaking. Is this option D usually the most reasonable answer? Not boring, my friend. Moralism is all about compromise. Now, enough of this delightful politics. What's there to say? Sur la clé. Moreover, it is a great sponsor.
Darlings, that can't be an official designation.
Because a great percentage of Revachol's culture hails from Sur la Clé. Its language, its people, its cuisine even. Or at least in the downtown La Delta area. Whatever you wish, officer. Ah, my friend. My friend is a good young man. His family immigrated here from Kedra, and life has not been easy for him. Kedra is a candidate member of APIS. That it's never going to happen. EPIS is a very special program developed by the Moral Intern to support certain Occidental nations.
God, yes. Sweet standardization. The backbone of...
It was such a wild success that we expanded it into an economic union for the processing a supranational political alliance. You mean Revachol? It's one day going to be a candidate member of EPIS.
Except that candidate members never become full...
No. Candidate members do become members. Why do we even have the whole system in place if they don't? It just takes time. But we were talking about my friend here. How did any of us become friends? Bad things happening on the insulin. Au contraire. Sorry. Who? But I told you, officer. He's a bright young man here to pursue his education. Education is the foundation of our future, especially the arts. It is a... Officer, you have to... He's deeply enmeshed in the study of the fine arts, yes. He's a truly free spirit. I'm just enjoying the view.
A dead body we still need to get down, by the way.
Listen. The Insulindian Bay. This place used to... But the million real... My friend comes and goes. I'm sure you'll see him around. He's a busy bee.
A busy bee? What an...
I'm all ears, officer. A moment. Officer, do you have everything you need from me? I'm afraid we won't have the chance to speak again once you leave. It's against diplomatic best practices for an official in my position to be discussing murders with local militiamen. And I'm pressed for time.
That's not the real reason he's so apprehensive. Men in his position shouldn't be seen loitering around in underprivileged young men's apartments in the middle of...
Sure, go ahead. Was there anything else? Of course, I'm...
Yes?
Still here, stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up?
The woman is...
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here. Again.
Good one, Titus.
About fucking time. Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here. A witness? You ain't got shit. The locals would never.
That's just cop tactics, Titus. Next, he's gonna tell you one of us already rolled on the others, and is in witness protection.
Well, let's hear it then. Who is your...
This goes without saying, but nonetheless, don't give out his name.
Yeah, right. Like we wouldn't know if an MI plant was in our town. Nice try, right?
MI is short for Moral Intern. Moral Intern is short for Moralist International.
I've seen this shit a million times, Titus. Fly fishing. They are desperate. Tell us, Copper, what wacky claims did he make?
It's you assholes that feel the need to go around like a fucking brass band. The Hardy Boys.
Yeah, it's like they put cowbells on you before they send you to the streets.
What? They're avoiding having to answer this question.
We were drinking, weren't we, guys? I hit the bottle hard. I was drunk as fuck.
Right, I'm convinced, Glenn. Nothing off here. Just a regular hanging.
Bullseye. Glenn looks around uncomfortably. The lieutenant hit a nerve.
Arab guy? Boss, I think he's trying to save me and Theo.
Well, yeah. What is confusing you? Eugene?
Those flaccid MI cocks with their culture language. Everything's a surreal play or sublime whatever. Doesn't mean anything.
It means the whole scene was long and drawn out, like it was from a film.
What is this fella's problem? Sorry we didn't make it more action-packed. It wasn't the first thing on our minds, you see?
Shanky. It's Shanky, right? I thought there's something wrong about the lynching story. Now I know there was.
You don't know shit.
I know you are lying, Shanky.
You didn't break this wagon fort, but you did manage to rattle the people inside a bit.
Some witness. I pulled the same shit. Came up with some shit. Then...
You don't have to go to school for shit. I never went to school, and I'm doing...
You're doing a hell of a job, man.
So much bluster to hide the fact that they're uncomfortable with you having this info.
I've got nothing to say to you. Why I am not.
You could be Liz. You could be anything. You could even be a...
Even a mod? Glenn, I went to law school.
He's right. With a face like that, she could be on the cover of Le Debutante International. The cold look in her eyes speaks louder than words. It's not her. She's not a Hardy girl. Definitely. You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimpled lock. It's painted. The door is still nothing. The lieutenant, he doesn't like where this is going. Still, the lieutenant, he doesn't like where this is. This door can only be opened with a key.
Yes?
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again. Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating. But well?
Ah yes, Phasmatodea, a diverse group of insects whose bodies resemble twigs, leaves, that sort of thing. Oh yeah. Here comes...
Where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a living reed. It disguises itself among the reeds here on the insular Indian coast. Hence, it's named the
There's a touch of awe in the way she enunciates the creature's name.
Well, some teenagers making out in the reed saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was a brief article in a local newspaper about their encounter. Of course, most phasmid sightings turn... Not at all. Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for the money. Yes, it can blend in all... Oh, dear. Morel can explain it all much better. I wish... Of course, dear. Is there a particular... I thought we'd agreed on just one cryptid, sweetie. Your work must get quite... The smallest cryptid, the bacterial... Michanu disappeared shortly after injecting herself with the bacteria she had brought back to study. No doubt in hopes of prolonging her... Yes, the bacteria had... Yes, and we can assume that she has been living somewhere in the wilderness for the gnome of Jeroma. Oh, yes. It was reportedly a couple of campers. It still took the gnome. Alas, instead.
Alas. Always alas, and then it was gone. Isn't that overly convenient?
I understand your skepticism, but that's what happens with things that are rare and stand out. They're disappearing. Yes. It's the kind green. Yes, it was reported by soldiers in South Safra during the war. The kind green, indeed, there is. It's our, which is to say, the kind green ape is a species with which we share a common ancestor and that evolved parallel to our own, just like your partners. I didn't mean to imply that Saelites are in any way inferior to us. The kind green ape, too, is in some ways superior to us. Granted, kindness may not be an evolution. What an interesting question. The Col de Mama d'Aqua, or...
Col de Mama d'Aqua can also be translated as a whisper light and low.
Yes, that's another translation. Although the low part, many scientists have asked the same. It could be. As I said, it could plenty. When playing back recordings they had made in the foothills of the scientists...
She transforms, when speaking about these strange animals, into a...
They realized that they had They grew quite obsessed with these little birds. Sequester, Time, Joscan. Those are but some of the Mama d'Aqua. That is a sad story. They tried to communicate...
This lady really should be a teacher. Psst. They cancel each other out. Psst.
Exactly. And these...
Great regret washes over her. A wending.
After that, the corpuscle appears to have migrated... What about what? I'm glad you like them, but I'm not really one to tell you about all of them. You should ask my husband if you get the chance. He's the real expert.
Can I help you?
Was that? Could it be? There seems to be an extremely high-pitched ring. Ultrasonic. Lena also said that it couldn't be heard by any other animal, including humans. What you're hearing must just be a regular bird. There it is again. It must be very close. What are you doing? You're a police officer, not a pansy on... Oh no. The sound. It's moving away. Somewhere over there. Go after it. No. Too late. It's gone. There is no ringing anymore. Keep your ears peeled, then. If the species really has migrated to Martinez, you're sure to hear it again.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? This?
Yes, an experimental side case.
Ah, yes. But then I'm no doctor. Ask away, officer. I'll help however...
All right, we're in. I know these all look good, but begin with the first, okay?
We're in Martinez, baby. Martinez is a district of You would be excused for not knowing about... I'm not a good... This place used to be a province. It's not really... Yes.
Known to the early Revacholians as Les Immensités Bleues, vast, lukewarm and unknowable, flowing in and out of sight.
It's not really... Yes.
Known to the vast.
Caillou.
It is clear this pebble is of enormous value to her and to humanity at large.
Revachol, the great kind.
As if it's self-explained.
History detective. They built this in the DeLorean century. The nations of the Occident. They say it's... By that I mean, we are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island able to sustain up to 200 million people in the middle of the Insulindic Ocean, the world's connective tissue. It's where the money is. Oh, we're quite a way off. About 22 kilometers from the center of the world.
Silence. The water, the light. There is no recognition, only the immensity of the sea and the cold radiating from it.
We are where we are. I have no truer answer to give.
This is one thought you need to complete. Where are you?
Was there something else you wanted to know? I remember something about a lowdown. These are unimportant times, detective, for the big time. The revolution. It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets to... Why, of course. We're talking Duke out Central. Full swing in... No. I would say the apes were neutral. On the other hand, those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution. Oh, and the anarchists too. Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves? Yes. The Red... Oh, lots of people. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad. Yes. King Guillaume had a note. Him and tens of thousands of his wonder... The liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything. Liberals are usually middle-class people, detective. Or the remaining gentry. The beneficiary. Some were rich enough to stay. They didn't win so much as survive.
She's one of them. Of course.
To foreign intervention. The coalition. Those people really took the mineral rights. The liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The coalition took the ground. The ocean, the laws, and the coalition of nations.
There is bitterness in her voice, tempered with understanding. She is critical.
The moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. They believe in mineral rights, and not, at least not in the same...
The rulers of Revachol, and also the world.
This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same...
The color of moralism is blue. The official motto of Moral Intern, or Moralist International, is a blue forget-me-not, a piece of grey sky. Unofficial. For a moment, there was hope.
A devout man of the center. Hard to come by. It's good to have someone who takes a moderate approach to head shooting. In your life, the turn of the century, the revolution, it wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Sarah. It made people overthrow their governments. Indeed, Zerat is a highly infectious microorganism that destroyed brain tissue. The actual causes of the revolution were material. From Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Mazals, why? You and I, officer. Our lives in the zone of control.
Something tells you her life and yours are not that similar. Maybe it's because she has a boat and you have that necktie? A pair of pants?
No doubt. But we share a city.
The clatter of typewriter keys fills the main hall of the reappropriate.
The zone of control, modernity. They developed the marvels of the Inter-East.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
Time flies. The 20s saw a decade of the 30s.
Then you happened. Your youth in the 30s.
Yes, and quantitative easing. It was a market mirage, unfortunately. The 40s just welcome to reality, baby.
For her to be where she is, Wild Pines Group must have picked the right side.
They picked the winning side. That's why they're here, and others, and perhaps it wouldn't have turned out that way had I been in charge. I might have bet on the king and led the Pines to doom. I would have sided with the cannons. If you'd seen the calibers, 10 of the...
She narrows her eyes. Turning her gate, all she can see are vague outlines of a great winding down.
Good question. What would you have done differently? And I asked you. Past less detective. So a quarter of humanity simply lost their minds. And how would you stop a prion, a complex folding protein, unlife, with the technology 50 years ago? Good hygiene. Really. When they failed to step up, they are what they are. Who knows? Anyway.
Not so fast. Who is she in all this? Ask her who she is.
It's a neurological disorder caused by a lack of vitamin B in the brain. Symptoms include a retrograde amnesia. It's quite serious. You should get your...
She conveys it in short, cold bursts, trying not to invest too, in case he goes down later, souring the entire portfolio.
Well, it's either bariatric surgery or long-term alcohol use.
She nods.
Yes, and perform autoerotic asphyxiation on yourself with your funny necktie, out in the open somewhere.
She won't maneuver her way out of this.
I am the vilest of the vile. A traitor. A devourer of nature. I am an ultra. An ultra-liberal. It's a type of liberal. From the revolution. It's, not the moderate kind. Haven't you heard? I am a nether creature, or I can see you thought I'd gone extinct.
In her green eyes you see a mixture of truth and self-satire. Forgive her, but only because you like pearlescent teeth and those light green eyes.
A devil, who being of great charm and guile, sneaketh into the homes of the godly. I'm afraid you'll find that every woman is a devil woman detective. There are only aesthetic. When the dust settled, the Liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their survival, they were handed enormous power to shape the future. This was all our last generation managed. With due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker, I would not have really... Then for my daughters, we had an obligation to defend...
Dark orange flames reflect in her green eyes, an oil fire on the ocean.
Perhaps my intellectual vanity will be my undoing.
You're no dummy yourself.
A smart boy getting smarter. On basic term of reality yes, I suppose I am. But I wouldn't be a patriot anyway. Yes. Whatever else I am. I'm also a mother. And a bird? A sphenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions? Ah. This is the pier of Rue Mortu, a pre-revolutionary tenement. This one used to be mostly the urban middle class, I believe. This was once primo real estate, before the cannons locked 4 or 5 stories off. Splat, splat. Wonderful. The girl in the old lady rags. Looks like a sullen and rebellious member of a teen infraculture. Yes, you and I belong to the supraculture. We're common, the herd. The music on the radio, the food in the chain restaurant, those are all too popular for the girl in the old lady rap. She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It is an illusion, I'm afraid. There is no refuge from the supraculture. I can't. That's how simple it is. All right. What next?
Suddenly, you're not so sure you're part of the supraculture.
And what would that be? Ah, yes. That is what counts, I suppose. For my part, I was more of a new, a cultural era, and the name of the decade it ravished, the 30s. It came out of post-revolutionary revival. It involved lots of partying, as you might imagine, and champagne-coloured everything. By the looks of it, that would have been when you came. Wasn't it Guillaume Le Million who said, if you can remember the new, you weren't there? Ah, yes. This is not very central to reality, is it? I can't be 100% sure, but I believe he died due to complications from venereal, all of them. You can't get a venereal disease from that, can you? I'm afraid no. But then again, anyway, what other basic facets of reality should we discuss? Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything more lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Glad to have been of assistance.
Hello again, officer.
Try to sneak.
Lorry stuck in the windows are clear. They've been recent. The back end of the cabin has a small perch to a book with ragged edges. The driver has a You sit on the wind-worn wooden planks of the bench. Your feet ache. You finally stop picking your nose. The twiddling barely keeps your hands warm against the frigid wind blowing. Time passes. What events led you to sitting on a bench completely drenched? The coast is bleak. The rain is bleak. It's getting late. Time to head to sleep. Best not stay outside. A lorry stuck in the traffic jam.
Fuck, does Kuno care? Kuno doesn't. You see,
Can I help?
The door is closed. This door, still nothing. Still nothing. The fan stands still. The switch must be broken. The lights are off again. The bed is still cold from the broken window, and not... The bed is still cold from the wind.
Here we are again, my broken bird. The waves are coming, carrying you away. But you can't go. No, you have to stay. Always half aware of yourself. You're not cooperating, brother man. It's your disgusting body. Even through your sleep you feel a vague discomfort suffusing it. Your belly and your...
That pain in your right side is your enlarged liver, by the way. As for your kidneys, you've really been compounding the damage lately. Every cell in your body is moaning in agony, asking, what did we ever do to you?
Now, you're finally thinking about something other than yourself. Let's see how far that'll get you.
There's no dignity here. Only reflections of your body mass. Flashes of the you're just stuck here. In the half-world. Could try looking at other people. Really looking. But why would you want to start doing that? Sure you do.
At least they're interesting. Each one has a process just like yours, running in the space between the...
What do you think you're doing right now? Coming to some greater awareness? Look at all these lights blinking in...
Let it.
But it never seems to let you go, does it? Time to rise and wipe that shining sweat off his...
window stands broken in its frame. The morning light hurts. The door is still nothing. The woman in an RCM patrol officer's uniform winces as she notices you.
I would really prefer not to talk to you right now.
A patrol officer is the lowest rank in the RCM, below lieutenant and sergeant.
I don't know. I mean, why would I want to talk to you? No, you haven't wronged me. It's okay. Okay, fine. Let's talk.
What does one talk about?
What precinct?
Am I from? God, he doesn't.
Fucking deranged lunatic.
You're getting an intellectually unsatisfying vibe from this conversation. Maybe you're doing something wrong.
I don't know.
Don't say anything, Judith.
I'm just looking out for...
No one. I'm just a man with sunglasses, and you are...
Yes, a policewoman who just wants to do her job. That's all.
You look like shit, and I don't mean that as a metaphor. Yeah, I know. That...
Oh, come on, Jean. It looks like it's been a rough week on him.
It's not just this week. What you want?
There's something about this guy that matches with a face in your head. A similar but different face. He might be wearing a disguise. You know what it is. It's like the two of you know each other. Just ask him.
Oh, I definitely know you from somewhere.
Another life.
Yes, from another life. A different life. Maybe the life of a police officer belonging to the ranks of the... To what station do you think you would belong in this alternate and totally fictional reality?
He seems to be observing you through the reflective glass of his eyewear. There's no reply. Perhaps repeat it? Repeating it gets no reaction from the man with the sunglasses. Suddenly, the world is very quiet.
I think even in this fictional reality, the 57th would still...
My condolences. Go ahead. Okay. That's plausible. That's entirely plausible. Now we're really getting somewhere good. Let's be crazy. Let's say you and I are partners. How's that for a thought experiment? No, because in this thought experiment we are police officers in a police station.
Come on, stop it.
Let's be crazy. Let's say you and I are partners. How's that for a thought experiment? None taken, my friend. None taken. Let's be honest. There's been some purely fictional talk in our imaginary station in regards of who'd even be worthy of your partner. And the conclusion is that a man with your caliber should form his own one-man policing unit. Anyone else would just... Let's be crazy. Let's say, would you now? Or would I be cramping your style? Never mind, partner. Okay, how about you stop wasting my time and get on with whatever you were doing then?
This isn't helping.
You're not going to believe this, but... Police? Yes, sir. Solving crimes, like just some regular boring motherfuckers in suits and uniforms. Nothing spectacularly extravagant. Not even a little bit.
It's an urban myth about an officer who is so far undercover he can't remember who he is. As I said, just an urban myth. You are not the son of Lang.
He's trying to protect you from further rough handling, dished out by... Okay, yes, you get the joke. Leave it at that.
Neither can I, partner. Neither can I.
It's a mere second, but it feels like you saw something. A gram of compassion in that sadness.
I'm not getting involved in this.
It's not my style, he thinks, glancing at the man in sunglasses and the woman beside him. Oh boy, they're mad at him. No wonder. He just doesn't recognize them.
Yes, it's a hobby of mine.
As if waiting for some kind of reaction or response.
About what? You don't look like a cop. You know what you look like? Not the prophet shit again.
He didn't answer your question.
No. Because it's not my job. Why don't you go and fucking do yours and solve this damn hanging?
Come on, Jean.
Okay, say things. I want to hear you say things.
Hear that? He wants you to say things. Say one.
You're not shitting me, Millen. I can smell it all the way here. The whole town stinks.
We're getting to it. There have been complications.
I would love to, but I'm busy fucking off and not cramping your style. And that might cramp it, you see? helping you? I don't know. Why are you?
It's like you felt it would be intellectually stimulating and would lead somewhere. A custom even? Strange. Who knows why we do the things we do? Somehow, bouncing those ideas off the man with sunglasses felt calming, like you've done it before.
Oh my god, there's more. You want something more? What is it? Okay, why not? So, do you know who hanged him? I don't know. Why? Oh my god, there's more. You want something more? What is it?
It's not my style, he thinks, glancing at the man in sunglasses and the woman beside him. Oh boy, they're mad.
Neither can I.
It's a mere second, but if...
Watch out for yourself, loser.
Okay, the man with the sunglasses and his hypothetical Station 41. Weird, right? There's something missing here. Something you can't put our finger on. You know what? Just ask him. I know it sounds crazy, and you'll probably get laughed at, but still. Yes, just cross it off the list. It's probably not true, though.
Again? I can't believe this shit. I'm going to say no, just to see what you'll say to that. What'd you say? Okay.
Jean, he said okay.
Okay, I was clearly wrong. He is a firefighter, male nurse, animal control agent, something of that kind, not a cop. Go on with your cop work. Don't let me stop you again.
I'm going to... God fucking shit.
None of this is great news for him. Okay, I was clear.
Oh, hello, dear.
Hi, gendarme. Another rendezvous. Hello, hello. So what brings you here? Admiring the atmosphere. What about you, officer? Convenient. But what are you doing here? Talking to me? Oh yes, let's see. He knocked on my door a few days after the lynching. I think he was going through the entire building, asking questions. Muscular, handsome, strong, like one of those military types. Nothing, that I didn't see anything. What friend? No, I don't think it came up. Yes, but he was speaking to someone on his earpiece. Just reporting back whatever I was telling him. Yes, but just reporting back what... Yes, but... Yes, you know those tiny speaker microphones that fancy security guards sometimes wear. Just reporting back whatever I was telling him. Oh, let me think. He had an accent. He sounded like one of those mercenaries. He sounded vaguely Oranese. No, not vaguely, scratch that. He sounded definitely Oranese. Sure. Anything else on your mind? You did? And how did you like him? I told you, he can be very useful. I guess that's the charm of powerful people. A visitor from the first world. He's not like you and me, gendarme. To his opportunities in Occident, sur la clé. Or is it just money? I don't know. Friends, I told you. That he won't be there when times... It is. On Sundays. He has keys. And he likes the view. To the sea, I mean. What about me, gendarme? Bye-bye, gendarme.
Yes?
I've got nothing to say to you.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Yes. The armor was produced by Fairweather in their facilities in Bétancourt, sur la Clé in 42. It was part of a special order for Corps de Pharmacie, a security firm contracted to protect the interests of Oranese pharmaceutical companies in the Semenine conflict. So, it seems the armor went to Semenine. That's where the paper trail ends, though. Even the firm has proven difficult to track. Corps de Pharmacie has been renamed several times over in the years since the armor was issued. The most recently registered firm that the ICP has been able to connect to the CDP is a military contractor called Trinell, and the one before it was Downwell. I think they might be the same.
A suit of armor like this would have been manufactured with a particular person's physique in mind. You should ask for whom this suit was fitted.
Yes, but the ICP tends to be reluctant to share private sector records.
This is a fun challenge for her, an opportunity to contribute beyond doing her job by rote. She'll...
Glad to help. Call back tomorrow. Hopefully I'll have more for you then.
In the cabin, you see... An inconspicuous pile. It's nothing.
Hi, Ace Detective.
Hello again, officer.
A rusting control panel with loose wire. The water lock starts moving.
Okay, if we ever need to get to the coast, then this is the way. But please, contain your wanderlust for now. I don't want us to get sidetracked, not with everything that's going on.
Focus on one thing, achieve it, then the next, he thinks. Banged-up motor carriage lies half submerged in the icy water, slowly sinking into the Insulindian Ocean. It must be cold and lonely down there. Remember the tire tracks in Martinez? This is where they were leading.
It appears to be so. I agree. We should definitely investigate.
You get a sudden sinking feeling. Stomach acid comes up as you look at the motor carriage in the deep, dark. Why the doom and gloom? It's just a sunken motor carriage. Some motor carriages are bound to end up in the sea. The motor carriage is properly stuck in the ice. Getting it out would require... The logo is too deep in murky water. You can't make it out. But you do see a monkfish float by.
The ice hasn't closed around the vehicle yet. My guess is it's been here since...
The estimate is correct. The incident probably occurred on Sunday evening. Your mocking tone finds no response, but the motion of the waves.
Yes. Crazy recklessness. I'd say it has been here since last Saturday or Sunday. Let's wait for the low tide and see what's inside.
Great idea. Then we can get the things inside. The joyrider must have left something good inside. Guns, papers, a joyrider jacket. You feel a strange connection.
I don't know. An hour or two, tops?
As you sit down in the old, nothing but the sound of seagulls high above in the sky, echoing like distant laughter. Ice cracks, spit flies.
Raining heavily here, Chief!
The lieutenant must think it's rather funny. He smiles and quickly turns away.
That's right.
He's gloating at you. Oh, with his lips puckered, you hear the sound. Okay. That's way. The clouds pass in the sky, and the shadow of the swing moves like the hour hand on a time. Looks like this might take a while. Time to present a good topic for discussion.
Well, historically, leeches have been used to prevent and even...
Okay, he's thinking. Well, nape clouds on the horizon grow darker, and the shadow of the swing set keeps climbing. You hear the distant rumble of the city. 30 minutes pass.
God, I hope so.
Your voice echoes on the water, strange and out of place in the environment. 30 more minutes pass.
Yes, 41. What do you think?
It's as if he knows what it stands for. Does he know something about that speed racer?
Right. Or 41 is the number of a police precinct?
A massive pit opens up in your stomach. No. Just nope. Say no to this, Harry.
I'm afraid so, yes. It looks like you started in front of the whirling, jumped over the canal, and then drove your vehicle in the sea right here. Detective, we don't. A rescue operation really isn't viable at this point. I'm afraid it will have to be there like that for many years. Look at it. Parts of it might be salvageable, but overall, this machine is a write-off.
The lieutenant adjusts his... There is also a fourth thing you've lost. More precious than the gun, the badge, and the motor carriage combined. Lost forever into the deepest of seas.
People are more valuable than machines. Training a police officer is even more cost. Well, it isn't. That is very unlikely. You'd be lucky. Well, not cheaper. This motor carriage costs 40,000 real. But in the long run, it still makes more sense to buy a new machine than... Let's face it.
This was 20%.
Of whom? I don't think so. If anything... Yes. Let's go take a look.
Apricot chewing gum scented one. August 2nd. Early late summer. You're getting off the streetcar. Jamais vu. Derealization. Jamais vu. The opposite of déjà. police badge on which you see the photo of a man. Some seaweed is stuck to the back.
At least something good came out of all this.
Encased between two durable plastic sheets is a bluish card with lines of information and a watermark in the shape of the street grid. You see a photo, and the man keeps winking at you with his green-grey eyes. But the badge is new. You used an old photo for a new good choice. A newer photo would look 8, maybe 10 years. The guy in the picture is rather good looking. He's got a nice haircut and is distinctly lacking in massive sideburns. What do you think? His face is already contorted by the expression, although it looks less grotesque on him than it does on you now. The badge in your hand shines.
Harrier Dubois. It's you too. I'm going to call you Harry, since it's short for Harrier.
No, he's not. He's going to keep calling you officer when he's angry with you, and detective when he's not.
It's a wartime name, revolutionary. The kind mothers give their sons during troubled times, like Undying or...
A name like armor.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, Harrier Dubois.
The badge in your hands shines as you rotate.
Lieutenant W. Freighter. The lieutenant is a rank above sergeant and below captain. It's the highest rank in the RCM that still does field work. I am a lieutenant. The title of Freighter is added to your rank when you decline a promotion to a higher rank. In your case, captain. You have declined twice, thus you're W. Freighter. There are many reasons one would do this. The rank above you in your precinct's décomptage might be taken, or sometimes promoted officers do not want to replace their superiors, out of respect. And sometimes they just prefer the type of police work available to their current rank, in your case, lieutenant.
Heavy-duty case-solving machine.
Décomptage is the hierarchical system employed by the REVON citizens' militia. It means counting down.
The countdown is modeled after the dual leadership system employed by the left during the revolution, which in turn was developed by last century experimental psychologists.
The lowest rank is junior officer, usually teenagers. Then there are the patrol officers, then sergeants, lieutenants, and then a captain. That's basically it, except for a few kings like satellite officers and the additional freighter rank I already explained.
The long and short of it is, you're his superior.
You are given the title of satellite officer if your partner is quickly promoted through the ranks and you rise with him. You don't seem to be a satellite. No, I've been putting up with you because despite an unconventional, it matters more than driving your motor carriage into the sea. And now we've even found...
He trusts you, for now. Try not to spoil it.
Yes, apparently you've had a rather successful career in the past, and this leads me to believe maybe your current situation is only temporary. Good.
Such a small yet precious...
That's just the serial number. REVON, Jamrock, Precinct 41, with some...
The numbers are not there for good measure. They have an administrative purpose.
4 months ago. I'm guessing that's when you were promoted to the rank of Lieutenant W. Freighter. A new badge usually comes with a new rank. You seem to have been doing well then.
You're pretty sure you weren't doing well, but better? Probably. A lot can happen in 4 months, especially in winter. The winters are never easy on you.
I remember that time!
The tie around your neck feels tight suddenly.
That was a good time! We had a good work-drink balance going! What happened?
Yes, it's the designation of your precinct. 41. Like mine says 57. The 57th is mostly industrial harbor. It's a tough station to work in. You have all of Jamrock to cover. That district should have 3 precincts, but money is what it is.
It's no wonder you are like you are, he thinks.
But then again, it's a legendary district, and a hell of a station too. It must be an honor and a curse to work with people like Price, McCoy, Berdiaeva.
Roberts, Feuerbach, Dimitri. Suddenly, names from your decomptage. And you? Is it an honor to work with you? Don't ask. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it. There's no way to listen to the tape without a working tape player. But even just holding the tape makes you feel a little sad. Great news. The boat is big enough for a grown man like you to fit underneath it in a supine position. I don't know. Sleeping? What do people do under boats? This is merely a measurement from your visual cortex. Do with it what you want. Huh?
Sarcastic self-pity is not what we need. I understand the situation looks grim.
You have a home somewhere. All cops.
Hi, officer. Anything I can help you with? A fishing village on the seashore. This place doesn't really have a name. It's sometimes called... The sign on the street leading here, the name is Lillian. People call me Netpicker. I think I have time for questions. And that was actually the...
Indeed. You're always confused as to your... Ask her about the cool sword. Helps to break the ice.
Let's see. Who are you looking for? I don't think I know what these are. Care to elaborate? Aha! Like snowmen. Two old guys have been wandering around here, nose in sand, talking nonsense about snowmen and the like. Right. Not only snow...
Oh, you're getting it. And it is gorgeous.
I don't really know. Further down the peninsula, I guess. I mean, that's where they were heading. Who else are you looking for besides snowmen? Well, how can I assist you then, officer? Oh? Who? Well, how can I assist you then? Like I said, fish mostly. Sail the waves. Sometimes I also...
Keep it professional, man. Don't... This is what is called a conversation. You don't have to be guarded right now.
Oh, very. Finding pieces of glass, bits of wood. What else? Bottles, drugs also, lost cargo in general.
All right. Major choice moment. You only get to ask one thing. It would be weird to say them all. Choose wisely.
Well, you're barking under the wrong tree then, officer. I have no interest in floaters. Seen enough of them in my life already. Very unattractive bunch. Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty instead of a story. It's to intimidate folks, mostly. Not really. I know some basic moves, and I know it sure as hell beats a knife when you're in a tough spot. It's a regular mass-produced sword, like a shot. From time to time, people need a lesson in respect. That's just the way it is. Back in the day, I caught the eyes of many men. And believe me, men need a lesson in manners from time to time. No, I'm afraid not. Tempting to confiscate. What makes you think that goes for men too? But they put on...
That does not go for real men. It does not go for you. Coach means the expression. Not bad.
Sure. It looks as if you could face down any horror in the world with that same unchanging grin.
The traces of her laughter are still there, in her eyes, fading fast.
Some went to patch their wounds, their lesson learned. Others were more thick-headed. And one of them, I ended up marrying. Guess I enjoyed the way he bled.
If it is, then why the melancholy?
Gone. To the waves. The sea took him. It was a long time ago. He didn't respect the sea. Went out there, drunk like a skunk, and sure enough, one day the boat was found floating empty. The bloated corpse turned up 2 weeks later. Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years ago, and I've moved on. There's only so much mourning you can do for a drunk with sinewy muscles. Us working folk don't have the luxury to be bedsick with melancholy. Life didn't really change that much for me and the kids.
This is neither a touchy nor a very... She looks like she's ready to go on a date with another, better, drunk. Ask her, both...
Do it! Hit on the widow! It's the right thing to do!
Sure is. The sun, I call her, coated with a fresh layer.
You're not sure about the melody, but it might be South Samaran.
Welcome to the fishing village. Please lean in. I still have a golden ear. Come, come. Oh, welcome, police officer. We don't cause any trouble out.
We are not here to cause any trouble.
Trouble? Say the second thing, Bratan! Shows you got style!
Oh, of course. Last time we saw you around here was 12 years ago. You also came to take care of trouble then. Wish you did. No, not you personally. He was brooding.
She says it as if he was on some kind of spirit.
Oh, the usual.
That's you, all right. A black hound licking your own heels.
Maybe they are afraid because you're an ill omen. But you're still welcome. I'm sorry there's not the... Ah, look at me ramble on. What brings you to us? Stay. Most people here are trying to... That said, if logic, I won't charge you for it. Take it as a gesture of goodwill from the village to the RCM. No one is using it, and God knows it's not... Oh, don't. It's your choice. No skin off my teeth. My kids grew up and left like they do. The room is pretty bare bones, but it's got a bed and roof over it. That's more than some folks have around here. You best not be plotting another revolution under my roof. We barely got through the last one. Don't make an old woman regret a...
Well, if you are not in the hostel in the morning, I'll know where to find you.
He's a little relieved you're no longer in that room.
Finally, you have those lamos of Martinez off your back.
Just us. This is pretty...
The place is so pornographically poor, it's not even funny.
Well, there's Lillian and her kid. And then there's the drunk. Lillian is tough. Tougher than the men. Sooner or later, you'll see for yourself. The lack of wealth is the one...
Riddles. Fits with the general ambiance.
Aye. Sometimes it's as though I'm... As you please. Over there, you can find more of the same. An old military hospital. After the war, it was... Now the area is... The goodwill ran out. The staff left and the place... Here, for you, no officer. The only money we have here...
She nods, rinsing another piece of...
Not much. There's the abandoned church, the DeLorean Church of Humanity. It's been there since before. Some things just don't fly.
So, they don't hold services?
No, we've tried, but things just keep happening.
She's not telling you all she knows. Keep her talk.
Well, there's that music. Music from across the sea. Huh. And now, suspicious-looking people are sneaking up.
Interesting. You could look into this ruckus. Perhaps the mysterious music is...
Before you get to the church, there's some ruins. An apartment complex, or some kind of electrical plant. rundown, but I don't know exactly. Of note, the old fish market up on the boardwalk, but it's closed. No one. Now, what can we do? What? Used to be a supply depot, and now you know everything there is to know about this code. Me? Now it's your turn, Mr. Quite a handle you got there. So many titles. One of them.
She's got a couple of ranks herself. Honored chief and so on. Hey. Psst. Psst. Hey. Yes, you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building communism again. Honorable One, you have accumulated a substantial amount of honor points on your life path. You are a man most virtuous. Oh, the modesty on this one. Another 10, you are on the fast track to becoming one of the rarest, most revered of all police officers. And living in the name of virtue, selflessness forms the basis for the warrior code. An ageless code, as fit for nomadic Ilmaran tribes traversing the No. You see, don't think about it too much. Just say it. Are you ready to get knee-deep in honor? Yes, your deeds have spoken for you, honor. Even among the honorable, only the most dignified honor comes from deep within you. And to truly know oneself, you need to bring the thumb of your right hand, your sword hand, to your rectum and stick it in there to form the Arch of Honors. Most dishonorable are those who have known honor, carried honor in their hearts, and then you brought much shame on your family today. Your name will forever be tarnished by this most shameful of deeds. Be forever banished, shameful one. The door has seen better days.
I'll wait outside to give you after we are done.
The key turned. An old mirror hangs on the wall. On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror. A straight razor soaks inside the wash basin. The water you'll be looking like a pansy without the chops. A fucking pansy. On the table, you see a bowl of water. Like an artist with a brush or a master swordsman, you use the sharp blade chafes against your skin, producing a scratching sound. They feel so smooth, surprisingly so. A feeling of freshness overcomes you, as if you just came from a cold. The water reflects back a vague, you almost look like a professional. The beardless nature of your cheeks makes the expression seem even.
mister.
She clutches a small stuffed animal. Occasionally, she twirls it around.
Oh, I had gloves.
Where did you get these gloves?
Found them when Lemmy and I were playing hide and seek. In an empty house. When no one lived.
She doesn't want you to think she stole them.
I hid them. The twins were gonna take them. They're stupid.
We are going to need those gloves. It's for important police business.
Oh. They're in my sandcastle. Behind our house. Under the sand. You can break the castle. It's not very good. Yes, I am. Little Lily. You know my mom? That's nice. My mom is great. She's never angry. It's a grouse.
You might be able to get on Gart's good side if you make up for the skewer you broke.
Sure. I mean, you already took it. I don't like it anyway. It looks angry. It's Lammy. He's my friend.
Lambie is a stuffed lamb that, admittedly, has seen better days. One of the eye buttons is missing, and the fur...
Lammy usually doesn't like strangers. But you're also fuzzy. Bye!
Weather has not been kind to Lily's little sandcastle. The once mighty towers are quickly eroding away. You can see something.
The little castle? The reigning lord must have come upon some really tough time.
The walls and floors give way to the giant's greed, collapse and present you with a pair of ceramic gauntlets.
Congratulations. That's the gauntlets down then.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone. He watches his brother kick the stone with his tongue lolling out of his mouth. This one doesn't say anything.
Lily's our mum.
The stone kicker laughs suddenly. His head, the other one, laughs. Maybe there's some kind of reason why they're laughing. The boy stops laughing. Oh, okay. So now he's shy. Now he's not.
Yes. Yes.
It doesn't look like he knows what that means. The stone kicker.
He looks just like me.
The boy.
You're bad with kids. Don't worry, everyone is. How about we do some police work now? We're not getting anything.
The scruffy-haired little boy. Worn and beaten. You stop mid-step and put your hand on the garish necktie.
That bottle, Bratan! Just look at that bottle! You should...
Hey, Tequila! Good to see you. How's business? How's the... So what's happening? Yeah, Tequila Sunset. How are the...
He says it like it's obviously your name. Like you call someone Billy Brunel or leader of the 4th Street. Good. These people know your true name. Looks like it has preceded you, Mr. Sunset.
I like this guy! You should too! He respects you by calling you your true name!
It's good to hear that you're on top of things. Talking about used to, did you know that I used to be a real mover and shaker? Sadly, things aren't going that well in Idiot.
This guy's your buddy. You feel it immediately. You belong to an organization, a fraternity.
It's you. We've met before.
No, you sure don't.
Aha. Do you want to...
Tequila Sunset. Something ominous there.
Let me take a sip to moisten up my chords. Tequila Sunset rolled into Martinez last Friday, and by Tequila Sunset, I mean you. The man, the myth. Hey, let's not jump ahead of ourselves. You got here on Friday to solve a case, hoping to be the early bird who gets the worm. And by the worm, I mean the buzz. Because as far as I know, word on the street is you went around the local hostel telling people that you're a police officer, and that it would be really fucked up if you shot yourself.
The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He's listening as casually as he can.
Hey, man, I'm not judging. This life's Either way, it was a late Saturday night when we, the Union of Moribund Alcoholics, got our drink on. Nothing remarkable about this.
Oh, yes you do, Bratushka! The only thing better than that is putting the pedal to the metal.
One moment we hear the sound of a motor carriage revving up somewhere on the
Do you remember the sound of wood cracking?
Naturally, loud noises pique the interest of anybody owning a pair of ears. That's just the reality we're in. Anyway, there was a brief silence. A gasp of silence, if you will. Followed by a real commotion. Sounded like someone jumped the canal. We grabbed our brewskis and rushed to the jetty. Never underestimate the speed of an alcoholic. What we saw was a sight to behold. A beat-up police carriage containing you. Right the time! So, naturally, being the curious cat I am, I asked what... The time hath come for Tequila Sunset, the end of all things! After which, your reality contracted. You jammed the pedal, plowed right off the jetty, and through the ice.
Your hands cramp on the steering levers.
We ran towards the ice, whilst you crawled your way out, miraculously unhurt, covered in seaweed and shit, like some kind of sea monster. When we finally got there, you were sitting on the beach crying. You said that your badge and uniform were in the car. Recognizing a brother in need, we offered our condolences and invited you to party with. We asked about the whole Tequila Sunset thing, and you told us it was your name now and insisted that we all call you that from then on. No, that's just what your mother called you. Your real name. Ours. It was an all-night drink-a-thon. Then, at some point, I think it was Sunday morning, you got belligerent and wanted to talk about REVON. How they're beautiful and also whores and so on. How one of them fucked you real bad. After a short while, you crossed the event horizon, looked sullen, got up.
Wow.
Yeah, I bet Tequila's a fucking legend around the precinct.
If you only knew.
You were pretty vague about it, but you kept saying you got fucked real hard, and that we've all been—
Please, don't open that door.
No one's fucked me. I do the fucking around here.
Abigail!
It seemed pretty painful, to be honest with you. If I had to guess, I'd say you're still working through some shit. Beside your gun and your badge, you said something about your hope or heart or something. In retrospect, you told us that they were a bunch of fucking losers whose main interest was cramping your style.
It's more like you would.
No specifics, though. It was more about you that night. Yeah, you said it was no biggie and that you'd solve it in no time. And that you didn't need anyone to do it. You're doing it solo.
A lot of cops go solo and hermit once.
It's not meant as a joke.
Yeah, you said that it was okay that you crashed your carriage because the spectral hand of the market. This was before you started talking about how you kept apologizing for being such a bad cop and for the damage you also kept pausing to knock the heel of your hand against your temples, saying, "Stupid, stupid, stupid." It's a hard thing for a man to confront his past. That's why I avoid mine at all costs. We are saving the world.
Please! Please don't go.
Okay, we're drinking. So now it's a pirate's life for me. Whoop-de-doo. So now I'm a fucking storyteller. Right. It depends, really.
You might get scammed here.
No, the reality of the situation requires a rather— Booze! Did you already forget our party? The thing— So, have you got anything for good old Idiot Doom's classy?
Hey, Spiral Boy, you gonna share that?
Don't call Abigail.
Shut up, guys. I'm telling a story here. Something happened to you. I was once a reasonably high net worth individual, a founder/junior partner at a high concept creative services agency. I used the profits from my agency to finance what I called a cultural incubator. Abstract value generation, value per person, high concept stuff. I developed the paradigm, worked within the paradigm, but the burden of leadership weighed heavily on me. So I went jogging 22 full-time employees, an all-star team, a potentially— It did. With my trusty Sansarique tracksuit, but now dreams are worn thin, much like my tracksuit. One day I left on my evening run. As you may know, it's impossible to clear your head when you're distracted by the sound of keys jangling.
His eyes are clouded. His dilated blood. His eyes are your eyes.
So I removed the key ring and put the keys for the front gate and the apartment into different pockets to stop the jangling, you see? At least, that was the plan. I was halfway done with my usual lap when it started to rain. The reality situation became very wet. I made my way back home and discovered that I didn't have the key to the front gate. I'd mixed it up with the key to the letterbox, which was useless. Naturally, the situation required me to climb over the gate, which I did. There was no climbing down because I slipped and landed on my ass. Ouch, indeed. Reality was looking rather grim just then. Me lying on my ass in a mud pit. So I made my way across the yard. Standing in front of my apartment door, fumbling with my pockets, I realized that I'd also forgotten my apartment key. I rang my neighbors' buzzers. It was late, and most of them didn't even answer. Those who did assumed I was trying to sell them something and hung up. People are naturally wary of ad men.
Heavy is the head.
Just then, I experienced a moment of clarity. I still had the key to my office. But when I reached my office, I remembered that I'd asked one of my producers to change the locks that day. And since I hired only the best, he'd already... Anyway, long story short, life spiraled out of control. I haven't gotten into my apartment for years, and my girlfriend left me because she didn't want to date a homeless man. So, now you've heard my tragic tale. What do you think? Like nothing you've ever heard, huh? Tequila, I've thought about this series of events for a long time.
Why didn't you go to the authorities?
Well, at one point they came to me, but, you know, I didn't have any ID on me. So they tossed me in jail for 2 days. I can't say it increased my faith in the RCM. Me neither, Tequila. When I lost my keys, I lost more than access to my apartment. I also lost my leverage over humanity. I wasn't a high... You can't imagine what that does to a man's confidence. Anyway, that was all the story one bottle gets you. Almost empty, this one. What's in a name?
Hey, Spiral Boy, you gonna share that?
Don't call up.
Shut up, guys. I was once a reasonably high net worth individual. A founder/junior partner at a high concept creative. So you don't want to just hear the same story again? Okay. Huh. I do. But as you can see, my fuel tank is running. Then I can't keep on telling the stories. You too.
As you turn, a bright light catches your eye, making you squint. From a distant sunset, a stage light, flash photography, nowhere in particular. It's just what superstar law officers do. They squint at lights and they solve shit. What are you, deaf? They're perfect, like rockstar politician and drug addict teacher. Embrace the superstardom you've worked so hard to establish. Yeah, a cool, trash superstar. Big dick cop down on his luck. Salam Rocky by him. With a sudden flash, the world freezes around you, and you along with it. In an iconic monochrome solution.
Good to see you, friend. Do I have deals set up for you, buddy boy? So what do you want?
See? There it is! It's our end game! Snap out of it, Bratan! This is no time for melancholy introspection! It's time to buy that spirit! Bratan, you don't understand! It's not... You have to buy it from him! Get it off him! Kill him if you have to! Our ultimate fate depends...
The lieutenant looks at you, looking at the bottle of spirits, then at Rosemary, suspiciously.
My kind of guy. Here you go, friend. In the civilized world...
The noxious odor emanated.
Don't you call her? Yeah! Don't call Abigail! Uh-huh.
Abigail, you're not going to get any.
Don't call Abigail!
The man hiccups. Then he snorts and beckons you to lean in close.
Don't call Abigail! Don't call Abigail! Don't you fucking call her!
There's no use in yelling.
The drunk man.
Don't!
There was little chance.
A drop in temperature, an easy flow of air, an empty street. Before you, a thoroughfare unjammed with lorries. No more drivers smoking, chemically sweetened. Across the road, the road is smooth and motley. Craters filled with a black asphalt, a tub warm with water, white with soap. A man bathes. His boyfriend is on his way. Number 312. Craters pocked. There's one bump on the road. Tragedy comes from the wheels of a fast RCM vehicle, hurrying to work. The wind moves the aerosol. A detective. As you fold your fingers into a fist, you realize you could knock anyone out with one punch. Your movements cause tiny little clicks, like dice rolling somewhere far away, as the plates reorient to your motions. The hardened vitreous enamel, at once sleek and light, adds a glow to your cheeks and a spring to your step. Just imagine what a full suit of this stuff could do for you. 2. Are you sure you're correct there? It may be a while. Remember, this is a highly special for the day you have to... These are some wonderfully regular pants. Not too tight, not too loose, moderate in every sense. You'll blend right in at some pleasant... I know you do. These inter-Isolari pants are like wearing a perfect compromise in your... You're a little more moralist. Wow, a very large red t-shirt with an impressive print stands out from the other garb. Wow, a very large, oh yeah, the print depicts a muscled man striding toward you, a giant sword in each hand, and smells like worn cotton with a side.
Sniffing is okay, but please don't try anything on.
You're not imagining it. Photonic.
Hell yeah, man. I don't usually carry printed tees, but this one was just pure exemplar. A fan? No, I would. Most people don't think that the man from Helmdale. I mean, even if the man from Helmdale didn't exist before the adventure.
Okay.
You sounds. Besides, I've been to.
His theory isn't exactly Inca. Very.
2 real.
That's dirt cheap.
But why? I deal in goods, not services.
The boomboxes wait on the shelves. You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table. Everything you pick out seems faded, chipped, and sad somehow. Most of them are just broken toys. You see rows of toy soldiers. Everything you pick out seems faded, chipped, and sad somehow. A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
Still here. Stuck in this damn jam, my man.
What do you see?
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite. The man before you is naked.
Kuno's like Kuno's dad? Kuno doesn't...
Hi, Ace Detective.
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types.
Wonderful board, Browbritter.
Who are you going to play board games with? Do you have friends or family? Are you actually friends? Or just colleagues thrown together by circumstance?
Friends are technically... For playing with friends, I'd recommend Susan. Lousy auras there. I've heard they turn people into occult enthusiasts. That they have rituals where they try to...
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding barbarian on the cover. Nearly...
It is a best...
Whoa, what have we here? A bridge with loose nails and rot-infested wood that creaks in the wind. A construction code violation if there ever was one.
True, they never cleaned up the war damage. The rest of Revachol looks better, though. The bridge is fine enough. Locals use it all the time, after all. It's nothing to worry.
Wow, so someone's been a little boring. Yes, my standard liege. Someone's seen all sorts of wild ideas pop off and thought, I'll take the boring one. The regular, please. The brown. No need to be defensive. Of course you do. And maybe some black shoes or a pristine white shirt to go with that. It's official. My lord's copper type is regular cop. I'll let everyone know. I'll send out telefax. Done and done. No. Just an ordinary war. Nothing to see here. You have no. So many.
Hello again, officer.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? By love, you did. Pleased to meet you, Lieutenant W. Freighter Dubois. I am glad to see a man of high qualification. What can I help you with, Lieutenant Freighter?
How about you share your information on the lynching, now that you've seen his badge?
The goalposts have moved, Lieutenant. In the absence of the badge, I have informed my employer there will be a probe. I cannot rescind that promise. To my knowledge, the drivers are still at the roundabout. I will tell you everything I know when you've finished with them. My plan is to share information. The only way to do...
Meaning, the information she has will raise the...
The sooner the probe is finished, the sooner I can share crucial information with you.
Give me a moment.
This door is made of no one.
Let's go. There's...
Can I help you?
What is this thing?
Okay. Okay, well, this is actually a nice bird. A competent piece of taxidermy. I can fix it to the plaque and have a new bird in the establishment, I guess. So, I don't know. Thank you. I'm gonna go with thank you.
People just don't know how to accept gifts, especially taxidermy. He likes it.
I feel good about our work here today. It's all about the little things.
It's not actually about...
Got the 20 real? Then why are you wasting...
The fan stands still. The switch must be broken. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your clean-shaven face, adorned with the expression. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, the faucet is quite terribly mangled, but you handle the chain cutters deftly, applying just enough pressure. Told you that you needed those chain cutters. Everything is... The mirror begins to clear slowly without you having to wipe it. The door is closed. Still, the lieutenant, he doesn't like where this is going.
Again?
Yes? What is it?
God damn it, you leave her alone. Keep your weird bullshit to yourself and be professional.
Can I actually help you with something?
Yes, of course. Preposterous.
Of course I'm with him. Why do you ask?
And you look like you don't bathe. on principle.
Please, let's not turn this into another exchange, okay? It means I'm a patrol officer, sir.
Oh, hello, dear.
The man ponders his... You see a heavy steel...
Hi again, gendarme. Bye-bye, gendarme.
Looking for something odd? Come to tell me to fuck off again? Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but the dock work. The strike? Apples.
Apples. It's exactly the kind of thing you'd say.
Look, as detective. Oh, I'm here.
Damn, you're not gonna get more out of it.
Oh, yeah, they're a big deal. My great someone with a cart. What did you think it was? That's how. Not at all. We're part of a guild and everything, huh? It's very ancient, very prestigious. God damn. Trusting street thugs with their goods is going to fuck him up.
Is this...
Right to work!
A lorry stuck. A lorry stuck. The window. Fumes of heavy fuel oil waft over you.
Likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is. Drapes it all over his machine.
Descent has only worsened since I last saw you. You have really let yourself go.
How did this happen?
raised descent has only worsened since I last saw you. You have really let yourself go.
How did this happen?
Your raised descent has only worsened since I last saw you. You have really let yourself go.
Just like that. In the man, all you hear is a small gurgling sound as it... The man lands with a dull thump, like a broken down puppet of muscles and sinew. For a moment, he still tries to keep his head up, dazed eyes looking at you with unimaginable surprise. To your left is the button. As you slam your fist on the button, the man collapses entirely, his head rolling to the side.
Looks like you're the new measurehead now.
Her voice is surprising.
No one is the new measurehead. Let's go before he gets up.
The man is... On second glance, someone has forgotten to prop...
It's unfortunate for the Union to just leave.
Let's see what's inside. The drawer opens smoothly. Inside is a well of hundreds of documents containing logistical data. Two kinds of transactions stand out, and the same materials being handed over. It's hard to make sense of this thicket of hundreds of documents and the same materials being handed. You already went through all of these. Look how blurry. On second glance,
it's
let's see what's in. The drawer opens. Hundreds of, and the same. It's hard to make sense. Hundreds of, and the same material. You already went through all of these. Whatever's hidden here is hidden well. Concentration isn't enough. Only a trained accountant with a background in logistics. It appears to be a to-do list written in large. Remember, Leo, Everard's shoes. Special whirling borscht. Water Everard's plants. Sweep office floor. All items on the list have been crossed out, and the note itself is crumpled.
Everard Clare, probably. The head of the Debarders Union. One of his aides must have left it. Nothing incriminating here.
The special borscht seems a bit... Remember, Leo, all items on the list. The drawer slide. An imposing combination of a punch clock and a payphone is looking down at you from the wall. A note on the side says, tokens unavailable due to strike. Use change. The machine swallows your coin and seems to be waiting for your neck. Your fingers run over the dial pad. Calling. Calling. Still calling.
Video Revachol, 24-hour video rental. We rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lamy. How may I help you?
The voice of a youngster on the other end sounds as enthusiastic.
Video Revachol is a 24-hour video rental. We rent... Sir, I don't know. It's a video rental. No. Maybe you called to extend your rental period? Do you need to extend your rental period? Let me fire up the machine. Dubois. Dubois. Here we are. You haven't rented anything in 5 years, but you still have a copy of Blue Ocean Hell from November 46. Whoa, not a fun film, that one. It's not an easy watch. After the death of his daughter and subsequent divorce, Ziemsk immigrant Egidius Wojcik tries to come to terms with the onset of... No wonder no one's been missing it. Still, it would be great if you could return it to us. We're on the corner of Voyager and Maine.
The call is terminated. Like someone left his tarpaulin cloak hanging on the railing here. The white rectangle of the Revachol sits. This is your cloak. You can feel it.
Yes, it does bear the RCM insignia. And the service cloak issued to you by your station? Yes, yes.
As your fingers touch the tarpaulin, it almost feels like the cloak. I will shield you from the elements and give my life for yours. interesting control panel with several knobs. 2 buttons marked Marche and Arrête are faded with use. It seems to control the large crane of Allumer on, éteindre off. With a loud grind, the crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air. The harbor sleeps as the strike rages in the distance, moving.
I can't see how that was worth the wreckers, except for seeing the crane in action.
Before you stands a cargo container.
Is this like your thing with that wall again? You do? There are a million containers here. Why are you fixating on this one? It's a cargo. We're not here to interact with
No reply. The knock produces a hollow ring of metal. You attempt to your left. The lieutenant considers your actions with some puzzlement. You're back before the... You attempt to your left. The lieutenant... You attempt to your left.
Container, I'll turn you nice and red. Container, container, put the logos on.
The lyrics to this container song are beat. The accent.
Container, container, ever.
The look in its deep blue eyes is as sincere as you've ever seen. Kind of makes you feel like an...
I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? You're not one of them scabs, are you? I mean, I don't personally mind. Folks is just folks, you know. And just some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scab. Oh yes, born and raised in Irish, mister. Mum had to leave my... People say us Ubis are up to all sorts of trouble with sheep and other animals and...
Thank you for clarifying.
Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes I am, yes I am.
The containers in the... It's like some red infection was spreading outwards from the container yard. There appear to be cisterns.
Yes, they are hiding it from the inside. All the red containers have the Debarders Union logo on them.
No, not really. Mr. Everett doesn't tell me all the... Oh, I don't know, mister. They say it's some chemicals. Most of them have labels on them, I think. Oh, no trouble at all, mister. Oh, most of the guys are down at the gates, keeping the scabs from coming in. We're on a strike. The whole union is. You don't have to work when you're on strike. Ha! We haven't worked for...
So no one is working?
Not everyone is down there, of course. Mr. Everard is in his office, where he always is. And Jean-Luc is guarding the... But Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Everard sent them on a nice vacation. For a week or... Oh, I'm not really supposed to talk about that. That's union business. Him and his boys stirred up something in town. Probably drank too much and got into a fight or something. I heard Mr. Everett telling them to take some time off.
Don't go all bad cop on this simple, friendly fellow.
I guess the boys got a bit too rowdy and had to let out some steam. I don't...
Easy, Leo. Let's keep this under...
Look at him. It's not gonna be anything useful anyway. Don't fight it. Too late. Leo's mouth is still moving, and the words are spewing forth. Word now he's talking about some drunk sawmill owner who...
Yes. I'm like Miss... Actually,
Who is this, Miss Beaufort?
a real pretty lady with a skin like those Douai Sucre candy bars my missus like. But I can't listen to the radio all the time.
Stay on this Miss Beaufort topic.
Oh, Lizzie, she is a real sharp tool. Mr. Everett put her through some fancy school and everything, east of the river. 4 years she was gone, and when she came back, she was all...
He respects that word. That's...
But she's a real nice girl. Grew up in this here neighborhood. No...
For a fraction of a second, this saddened.
If me missus and me was to have a child, I'd be real happy if she turned out like her. But she can't have kids. Dr. Lemaitre said...
Law school? Could she be talking about the union fixer? A.K.A. the gardener.
Looks like it.
I'm not sure what a fixer is, but she is a real nice girl. Smart as a whip, too.
Telling the gardener you know her name might throw her off. Perhaps something to consider later.
Oh, yes. I leave all kinds... Oh, yes. I've been taking special whirling borscht to the men every day since the... It's very, very good. Makes a man feel so warm and happy. I feel like I could take... Yes. I'm taking it to them. The borscht keeps them happy and in fighting spirits. Makes you all warm inside. They brew it. Oh, the whirling's cook. He makes it. Them is always talking with Mr. Manana in that weird language and laughing together. He doesn't speak what we speak. He's from Grad. Oh, sure, mister. Sure. You do that. Yes, sir. Oh, that one. That should be empty as far as I know. Lots of containers here have nothing in them.
Told you.
Oh, you want Mr. Everett then? He's an awfully nice fellow. Guys like Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar, his brother, are Oh, Mr. Everett is where he always is. Bye-bye now.
Before you is a walrus of a man seated behind a large desk. He looks up from his work. Not with great effort, he straightens himself.
Welcome, Miss... I'm Everard Clare, head of the Debarders Union here in Martinez. I'd offer you my hand, but unfortunately my health prevents me from...
He looks extremely comfortable. The tiny folding chair...
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good, he thinks. I'll do my best.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, and reasonable men can be of great use to one another. So tell me, how can the head of the Debarders Union help a representative of the Revachol Citizens Militia today?
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in the world. It's violating your backside.
Oh, by the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from a certain Lawrence Gart. Some people have no manners, it pains me to say. This should take care of that nonsense. It should be sufficient to cover your expenses for a few days and patch over your differences with a cafeteria manager.
Wow, that's 25 real. That's good money. You need it.
Don't mention it. But also don't forget it. I'm just kidding, of course.
Is he? He's not.
Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter. Your lost gun. Let me assure you, Union people are on it as we speak. I've got my best hounds looking for that lost gun.
His slug-like lips move, but all you hear is an echo. Lost gun. The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. When he said, "Don't worry," he actually meant, be very worried.
Are you all right, Harry? You seem anxious. Don't be. Everything's going to be all right. It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now, pointing it into their own mouths. It's in a safe place. I just know it. I have a feeling everything's going to be all right.
Officer, we will deal with this later. We don't need Mr. Clare's help with this.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
Officer,
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
God, you're sweating. Your knee is jerking. You're about to cry, aren't you? You're about to cry.
Mr. Dubois! Mr. Dubois! Mr. Dubois! Harry! Mr. Dubois, are you okay? Can I get you a glass of water or something? Are you having some kind of medical emergency? What an odd demonstration.
Okay, enough. We are here to ask you some questions.
Quick, here's your window. Get yourself together. It is about time to stop embarrassing yourself. Questions will help you regain some of your lost dignity.
What? Harry, how could you?
The reaction appears to be sincere, but it's impossible to tell with this guy, honestly.
You've hurt me, Harry. Me, a friend. But you know what? I trust you, like I trust all my friends. And I know you'll never talk to me about this again, because you don't want to wound me. So do what you want, and let's change.
He's hiding his real reaction beneath Kurt.
Thank you for your understanding. We will continue to do what we must.
You too, Lieutenant. You know, I like you, but...
None taken. Did we have anything else to do here, Harry?
Am I going to ask? Hell, Harry. You spin-kicked my strongest man in the face. I saw it from my window. Would you ask a man like that how he got into your container yard? It was a figure of speech, Harry. Of course Anyway, I assure you, I am a very well-informed... Oh, I know everything about you, Harry. I have a big fat folder on you. Very juicy stuff. And the word on the street is your memory is a bit... hazy. If that's true, maybe I can help you out. Do you a little favor, so to speak.
It might be a good idea to hide your confusion. I mean, see what his game is first.
So good to hear that, Harry. Apparently my sources were wrong. However, if you would have a spot of memory trouble, well, let's just say a fat juicy folder could really fill in the blanks.
Words flow like a river of honey from his lips. I guess word has already reached him. No, it's just a brown folder. You can't make out what's written on it.
Are you trying to tell me you've gotten hold of some of our documents?
Mr. Kitsuragi, would you mind? Harry has some questions he needs answers to.
Don't just jump to the folder. That's not smart. Shows you're on the edge. Do some probing first. As you look at the folder, Everard covers it with his hand and pets it. He's hiding it from you because it's not a real RCM folder. It's just another one of those brown folders you saw in the file cabinet.
Okay, Harry, you got me. This is from the Census Bureau, not the RCM. Those Census Bureau people are absolutely corrupt.
He got the name from the Census Bureau, and everything else from your action.
Yes, Mr. Kitsuragi, from the Census Bureau. Like I said, now I'm actually a very busy man. So is there anything else I can do for you?
That means he doesn't really know anything. A pity. The mystery of you.
Yes, that's what I said. Try to keep up, okay? Let's move on. Oh, of course. That's your main thing here. That's why you're in Martinez. I know everything. I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike. So much to talk about. Honestly, it's been weighing on me so heavily. I understand you, but there's a thing that's been keeping me up at night. I want to talk about the hanging. I mean, if we could just calmly talk, exchange information, we could blow the...
Yes, that sounds good. Let's...
But I can't think straight with this thing weighing on me. You're police officers, aren't you? I have a crazy idea. You guys are basically door-opening machines, incredibly talented at opening doors.
I'm not sure I understand. If you are...
Come now. I just need you to go open a little door for me and leave it unlocked. A simple thing. Absolutely nothing shady about it.
An excellent opportunity presents itself, sire. You could win the trust of the arch-liar, pretend to play into his hand. Then, should you wish,
Oh, no one's. It's just a weasel. A weasel lives there. Nothing for you to worry about. A loud blabbering weasel. Just go there, unlock the door, and leave it open. It's been such a burden on me, Harry. I just want this to be over so I can discuss business with you. Harry, my dear friend, I am what people call a local bigwig. I know everything that goes on in Martinez. Harry, I'm a very busy...
You want to send someone a message that the police are working...
I repeat, I'm a very fantastic... You can get the key from Manana. He's down by the gates. Manana's like a free agent in the Union. Special operations. Hardened socialist. A real free thinker, too. He'll tell you precisely... Just open the door. You don't need to go in or anything. I just want that weasel to come home and see the unlocked door.
You might have noticed there's one hanging on a tree.
Oh my! Don't think.
Mr. Clare, the man was hanged with a cargo belt. A steel-reinforced cargo belt. It's safe. Besides, getting the body down would benefit all of us. It's a stain on the neighborhood.
I can certainly see how having him up there might start affecting some real estate values. But of course, all joking aside, I am going to help you. Jean-Luc, the cop who bested you in physical combat is here, and he has a little dead body in a tree problem. Namely, he needs it to be You can find Luke down at the gates, but you already knew that. Anyway, he's going to help you, now that he's back on his feet. Wait, you need this to get in and out through the gate. Here, you're one of us now.
Empty wine bottles and cigarette butts on the ground. Someone partied really well. They went through 6 bottles of potent Pilsner, 3 bottles of Commodore Red, and almost...
Well, yes, I think we can say with relative confidence that it was you. Yes.
This is the night watchman's booth. The name on the door.
If you must.
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. It's a black and white photo of a young couple out in a street fair. The man, René, is dressed. René looks like he's about to smile. This photo must be tied to...
Why did you take that picture of René? You're really interested in that old soldier. Not sure I understand.
This is the night...
This has drastically altered our race dynamic. Our personal dynamic has changed.
He means very little.
So it was. You bested me in race combat to reach my superior.
You're so noble, Measure.
There's a but.
But while I am gone, someone must stand guard on the bridge.
That would mean you're openly showing the people that you're taking the Union's side.
This is the uncomfortable result of not taking it on ourselves. I can live.
Listen to your little friend. Yes, that is precisely what it means. Babe, see that they stay here the whole time.
The woman's gaze follows Measurehead as he...
So, you guys are like cops or something? Cool. I like men with guns and power. I'm Katya, by the way.
You hear that? That sound. He's breaking something.
Yeah, Jean-Luc must be really tearing it up over there. I wish I could see it.
Look at you! RCM rent-a-cops! Guarding that bridge like Evron's lapdogs! Is this where it's at now? The RCM is for sale!
And who are you? What is your business here? Why are your clothes 4 sizes too small for you?
A shrill laughter interrupts you, echoing across Martinez. It's Kuno. The man turns to look behind him at the behemoth appearing around the corner, approaching him, walking past him.
The corpse has been removed from the tree. Stand farewell, ham sandwich. You are a Union.
So,
You've been in there, he means. Talked to the boss man too, probably.
it's but a rest area on the path. Right. You talk to the boss, eye to eye. Like men of the mercenary, eh? Who could have killed him? That's indeed the question. Why even do such a thing? What a thought! Why would noble workers resort to such a thing? Your dead guy was an enemy combatant. He was an agent of the opposition. I ain't the murdering type, but that's just me. Large organizations like our...
He's not lying about not...
Understood. This has been of limited use.
No problem. I wish the best to you. A key, huh? What door is this key supposed to open? Of course, I got you. I got that key right here. And let me tell you, it's mighty good of you to help us out during the strike. Working class solidarity, as they say. Polar weasel? What you're looking for?
Okay, but where did you get the key from?
The janitor gave it to me. Nice fella. We talked about life and things. None of this mess we're in. This jiving and juggling. What's it for? To feed our children, I guess. I'm more of a philosophical dock worker. I like to talk about the big picture stuff.
He means he's not going to tell you cause he doesn't know. But he will shoot his mouth off with you now that you're who he is. Ask him about the Hardy Boys.
Los Ardis? They're an independent militant group. A bit too high-strung, but they're sort of like you. Preserve the rule of law and all that. Except it's Everard's law.
Is he actually comparing you, an officer of the law? Come on. He's just trying to keep the peace.
Why not? Must be nice being something else for a change. We're negotiating our Aye. All of it.
This seditious talk sounds like communism. Just so we're on the same page.
I think it's best you make up your own mind now that you've met him. In my eyes, he is a capable organizer. I guess you kind of get to be the village chief.
By that, you mean corruption?
By heavens, why would he not be corrupt? The old man is corrupt for our benefit, and we know it. Appreciate it even. He is reasonably lavish. Besides, there are no...
Not you would like to say. But then there's that weasel door. This man has political...
No. Even a weak child can think it. The only things holding someone back are I can't and I shouldn't. Then how can anything ever be mine? But that's okay. Sure, I've had...
The look in his brown eyes, it all comes together now. The way he speaks about scabs, his general attitude. He's a follower of a 500-year-old Franco-Nigerian Boyadero code, itself an appropriation of that of a noble peasant or a traveling herdsman. True to yourself, independent in your actions, loyal to your friends. No. No. The man sits on the railing, his hand